Let's call this meeting to order at 11:10 a.m. Apologies for the delay in starting this meeting. I'd like to thank everyone and appreciate, especially the commissioner's time in attending today's meeting to reconvene the Maui County Cultural Resources Commission. We've been in hiatus for about a year now. We have, like other boards and commissions, navigated through difficulties with filling vacancies. So really appreciate everyone's time here. Just as a matter of roll call on who is here today, I would like to Commissioner Kahulu Malu Pearson.
Aloha.
Commissioner Awana.
Aye.
Commissioner Kapu.
Aye. Aloha.
Aloha. Commissioner Rodriguez. And Commissioner Kamauno.
Aloha.
And I believe Commissioner Conley Kapoy is excused. With that, we have 5 people to satisfy the quorum requirement. The first order of business is the introduction of new members to Mr. Kapu. Mahalo for your reappointment to the CRC, taking on this important Kuleana, and also Hinama Rodriguez. Mahalo for also taking on this important Kuleana. I would first like to open the floor for Commissioner Kapu to say any welcoming words or ike that you want to share with the body.
Yeah. Hi. Aloha. Kia moku kapu from Lahaina, Kaula Valley. I don't know whether or not I should say it's good to be back, but, well, yeah, kind of. So hopefully I can add to a lot of the mixed confusion of what's been going on. You know, I got this packet. Oh, boy. Looks like we got a lot of work ahead of us. So I hope that I can do my best, my due diligence to help out with the situation. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Commissioner Kapu. Commissioner Rodriguez, would you like to introduce yourself and share a few words and anyone not over this body?
Hello, my oano Hinana Rodriguez no olawalo me ukumehamene mayo and like Ke Amoku, I would like to offer my services to the CRC. Mahalo.
Mahalo. So the first order of business for this body would be to elect a chair and vice chair. With that, I would like to move into and request that this commission, amongst yourself, if there's any volunteers to be chair, please make it known. Otherwise, if you guys want to nominate anyone in particular, please make that known as well. Please do not all rush at once, but we do need a chair and vice chair to actually move this meeting forward.
Aloha, I would consider sitting in the vice chair. As Commissioner
Mahalo.
Kamauno.
Mahalo, Commissioner Kamauno.
Hinano here. So my only comment is that everyone else here has been here longer than I have. So I think it would be great for all you people with tenure to serve as the chair together with the vice chair.
And are you suggesting anyone in particular since you're removing yourself from consideration?
No, I'm not, because I don't know everybody.
Kalamaya, this is Commissioner Awana. My work schedule does not allow me to take on that kuleana of chair, so I would have to respectfully take a step back.
Mahalo. So we have Commissioner Kapu and Commissioner Malou Pearson. Which one of you would like to take on this kuleana of chairing the CRC?
I'd like to nominate Chair Keomoku Kapu. I too have family obligations that sometimes keeps me away from our island and my home. So I respectfully step back as well.
Mahalo. Commissioner Kapu, is this nomination something you're willing to take on and accept?
Well, I was hoping that, because I've been rusty for a few years, serving on any commission. I think the last commission I served on was about maybe 7 years ago. So, with the help of the council as well as the Culture Resources Commission's aid, I would definitely try to entertain the position as the chair, if there is no objections. But I'm going to need some help.
Absolutely. So at this time, what we kind of need to move this forward is a motion. And if Commissioner Malou Pearson, if you could formalize your nomination in a motion, that would be the best way to move this forward.
Okay, so I nominate and move that we confirm Commissioner Keomoku Kapu as our chair. And is that it?
I need a second. Do you have a second to this motion?
Second,
Commissioner Awana, I second.
please.
Second by Commissioner Awana. Any discussion? With that, I would like to call for, any objection to this motion? Seeing none, motion is approved unanimously. Congratulations, Commissioner Kapu, on becoming the chair of the CRT. Now I would respectfully turn over this meeting to you at the chair. And what I would ask is that you repeat exactly what we just did for the nomination and election of a vice chair before moving on in this meeting.
Okay. Mahalo, everybody. Okay, let's continue this discussion. We have a nomination on the floor for the vice chair, Kapono Kamano. Did we have one? Or we have to entertain a motion to accept Kapono Kamano as the vice chair?
You would call for a motion to be made to nominate Commissioner Kamano.
I'd like to entertain a motion. Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion for Kapono Kamano for vice chair.
I'll second.
Okay.
You would have to move and then someone can second.
Yeah.
The Commissioner Malou
So-
Pearson, you move.
I move to accept Kapono Kamano as vice chair.
Okay, can I have a second?
It's Commissioner Awana, I second.
Okay, all in favor? Say aye.
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 Okay. If no further discussion, move to identify or accept Kapono Kamano as the vice chair for Culture Resources Commission. We all good?
One point of clarification, and this is for Corporation Council.
Okay.
So we went through the election of chair and vice chair. Before we actually move on into agenda item D, training, do we have to open this up for public testimony?
The election of the chair and vice chair. No, just at the beginning of the remaining items, though.
I'm sorry, so no?
That's correct. Not for the election made by the board.
And then prior to proceeding to the remaining items, even training, is that, do we need to open that up for testimony? Or-
Shucks, I'm sorry. There's construction going on in this building and it is so loud. Can you repeat that question?
As we move into the next agenda item on training, can we just proceed as such, or do we need to also open that up for testimony?
Yeah, before each of the remaining items, we can ask if there's testimony. And I apologize, we should have asked for testimony at the very beginning of the agenda as well. There, but now for the remainder of the agenda, at the start of each item.
Malo for the clarification. All right, Chairperson Kapu, how are you?
Okay, so we open up for public testimony.
Yes.
No public testimony. Then can we go to the next agenda item?
Yes, well then we just continue on that agenda item. So we are now on agenda
Okay.
item D, training for commissioners.
Okay, mahalo.
So let the Department of Planning go forward with their presentation.
Thank you. Congratulations, Chair Kapu and Vice Chair Kapu. I'm going to share my screen. My name is Jackie Takakura. I'm the administrator for the Long Range Division. Just a second. I just need to pick the presentation. Share. Are you folks seeing the screen correctly?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Okay, so this is the training for the Cultural Resources Commission, and this was sent out last month. So if you have the PowerPoint PDF, you can follow along. There are laws at the federal, the state, and the county levels that protect historic properties and make the CRC's work possible. The orientation I'm going to give you today is going to focus primarily on the county laws and policies, but I've included a little bit of the federal and the state preservation laws on this slide for reference. At the county level, there are three main sources of policy that relate to your work as members on this commission. First of all, the charter. Second, the Maui County Code. And third, the administrative rules of the CRC. The charter is the most general. It's basically the framework that establishes all county departments and their respective responsibilities. The charter speaks generally about the Department of Planning's duty to prepare, administer, and enforce a cultural resources management plan. And this commission falls under the Department of Planning. So you, commissioners, help the department carry out this duty. Other historic preservation related provisions in the charter generally speak to the county of Maui being mindful to our Hawaiian history, heritage, and culture. Moving on to the Maui County Code. This is a little bit more specific. And in the code, there are two main areas that directly relate to your work. The first is Chapter 2.88, and then the second is Title 19, Article 3, Title 19, which is part of the zoning code. And the laws in here detail the Commission's purpose and establish your powers and duties. They also allow for the creation and management of historic duties at the local level. Historic district, sorry. The most specific source of policy comes from the CRC's administrative rules. And these sets of rules, chapters 12.530 and 12-531, describe how the CRC implements or carries out some of the duties, and they establish the procedures you use to conduct your meetings and interact with applicants. So really quickly, before we dive into these county laws and policies, I want to talk about historic properties in general. Historic properties may be officially designated at the federal, state, or county level. And to be eligible for designation, historic properties have to meet certain criteria based on historical, archaeological, or cultural significance. Under the broader federal legal preservation framework, there are 5 general categories of historic properties. You can see them here. They include sites. So there's many archaeological properties that fall into this category. There's structures. These include bridges, like you see in the photo, tunnels, roads. They're different from buildings, which shelter human activity. Buildings, I just mentioned, these include homes, stores, schools, and churches. And then you have districts, which are geographical areas that contain concentrations of historic properties, like buildings, structures, and objects that I just mentioned. And then last, there's objects, which are usually artistic in nature or small in scale, and can include statues and sculptures. At the federal level, the National Register is an official list of historic properties. And this program is managed by the National Park Service. The National Register includes properties that are significant at the national, state, and local levels. This designation is mostly honorific, meaning that it generally doesn't come with legal property restrictions. There are federal tax incentives available for income-producing properties that are listed in the National Register. You, as members of the Commission, can review and comment on projects that affect properties in this register. So in other words, that means you have advisory review of these properties. And you also have the ability to initiate and comment on nominations to the National Register before they are sent to the Hawaii Historic Review Board and the National Park Service. This photo here is of the Fred Baldwin Memorial Home, which is up on this, and that's part of the National Register. The former property owner rehabilitated this building and received a federal income tax credit for this work. Malaya General Store is also in the National Register. This is another example of a property owner receiving the federal income tax credit for rehabilitating a historic building. The National Register includes a special category of historic properties known as National Historic Landmarks. This category is reserved for properties that are nationally significant. The National Park Service is really particular about historic landmarks, and it's a complex process to designate one. There are several NHLs in Maui County. The Walapua Complex in Molokai is an example, and that's what you see here in this photo. Another example is Kaonaulu Village on Lanai. It's an NHL. On Maui, there are several NHLs, including a large portion of Lahaina. The boundary of the landmark district in Lahaina is shown in orange on this map. The landmark district in Lahaina is different from other NHLs in Maui County because the CRC has the authority to review and approve changes to historic buildings in this area. So in other words, the CRC has limited quasi-judicial powers in the NHL that apply specifically to significant historic buildings and structures. Okay, so that was federal. Now let's move to state. State level, there's the Hawaii Register of Historic Places. It's similar to the National Register, but it's managed by the State Historic Preservation Division. Like the National Register, this designation is mostly honorific. Also, like the National Register, the CRC has advisory review authority over properties. This one. Homes in this register may qualify for county property tax exemptions if they are used as residences. Short-term rentals and bed and breakfast do not qualify for this exemption. But what you see here is the Searle House, and it's listed in the HRHP, and it receives a county property tax exemption. The Haiku Fruit and Packing Company Manager's House is also in the HRHP, but it doesn't receive a property tax exemption because of its use as a bed and breakfast. So now, county level, properties may also be designated at the county level as county historic districts. Okay. And that's also a historic district. If you think, a zoning district, you have HD1 and HD2 in Lahaina, and you have HD3 in Wailuku. Unlike the National and the Hawaii Registers, designation as the county historic district affects a property owner's ability to change his or her property in ways that may harm its historic character. The CRC has quasi-judicial authority over changes to buildings and structures in these districts. Okay, so now I'm going to circle back to the county laws that relate to this commission's work, starting with Maui County Code, Chapter 2.88. This chapter, 2.88, establishes the commission, and it establishes its purpose, the powers, the professional requirements, and the guidelines. It gives the CRC both advisory and quasi-judicial powers. You're quasi-judicial when you review and approve permit applications in county historic districts and the landmark district in Lahaina. The term quasi-judicial is legal jargon for determining the rights of an individual or entity to do something with their property. All other powers listed in 2.88 are advisory, meaning the CRC can comment on issues but are not necessarily the final authority on them. I want to note that even though many of the CRC powers are advisory, the work that the CRC does is really important and beneficial. You advise decision makers on their responsibilities to preserve cultural resources and historic properties. And we, from the planning department, really appreciate each one of you and thank you for your role in this commission. Continuing on with 2.88, the powers and duties in there. They include advising, like I mentioned, federal, state, and county agencies in carrying out the preservation responsibilities, providing information, again, on the 3 different levels of the historic preservation programs, initiating and reviewing nominations for the national and the state registers, maintaining a system of surveying, inventorying, and nominating properties, as well as site monitoring, administering the CLG, the Certified Local Government Program, and providing design review for projects affecting properties that qualify for the Hawaii or the national registers. Continuing on, you also develop and implement historic preservation planning for countywide, make recommendations to the county council, administer the provisions of the historic districts. Like I mentioned, those are the zoning districts in Title 19. Advise the mayor, the council, and the planning commissions regarding this these many subjects in this within that are historic districts and regulations, adopting administrative rules, and reviewing archaeological and cultural reports that are submitted as part of development projects. We also establish criteria for areas with concentrations of archaeological sites or burials, as identified in the Cultural Resources Management Plan, and anything else needed to implement the powers or duties for the purpose of Chapter 2.88. So just a reminder, you have this PDF, so you can kind of review it when you have time. It's a lot of information. So now I want to move to a different part of Maui County Code, and this is Title 19, which is the zoning code. And this directly relates to your work. Article 3 is the historic district ordinances. And that authorizes the county to regulate historic properties. There's some different chapters that I have listed here. 19.48, that allows the county to establish new historic districts and modify existing ones. Chapter 19.50 describes the boundaries of the 3 historic districts. And then Chapter 19.52 establishes regulations to ensure that the character of the county historic districts is protected. And this is accomplished through a special permit review process. So when people want to know, what can I do? I have a property in the historic district. The key one is going to 19.52 because that's got it all listed out. The CRC used these chapters and the adopted guidelines listed in the admin rules and Chapter 2.88 to determine whether a permit application should be approved or denied. So that's kind of like the rule books. Like I mentioned, 19.52, review of plans. This is it's kind of what the heart of the CRC does. It provides the authority to approve plans for buildings of historic significance in the 3 historic districts, reviews applications in the Lahaina National Historic Landmark District. Although some things, minor things, can be delegated to the department. There's some criteria, like there's the 90 days after notification to meet, reviewing and approving plans and issues letters of approval or disapprovals, allowing for process, if a plan is disapproved, allowing the applicant to modify and resubmit, and then again, the 90 days criteria. In addition, 19.52 has specific regulations for the 3 historic districts, For Lahaina, historic districts 1 and 2 are kind of the same. And this is where you would go to look what are the allowed uses, how tall can the structures be, how far does it have to be away from the property line, which is a setback, what can be done in public places such as is selling allowed or not, or drinking allowed in public parks or not, and even parking is called out for the Lahaina districts 1 and 2. For historic district 3 in Wailuku, again, calls out the uses, special uses that require written approval. You know, it might be something that might have an impact on the community, and so it needs to be brought before the CRC. Again, height, spacing, parking, setbacks, trees are mentioned in this part of the code also. And then again, signs, and then selling in public places. This here is a map that shows the boundaries of the historic districts 1 and 2 in Lahaina. If you can see the yellow, that's historic district 1, and the green is historic district 2, and then that big dotted line is the National Historic Landmark District. So that's Lahaina historic districts 1 and 2. These are just some examples of properties that were there. Historic district 1, historic district 2. And then Historic District 3, which is just up the street from where we are in Wailuku. You can see the map of the different areas. It's kind of bordered by Main Street, High Street, Aupuni, a little bit of Koeli, and just right up there, you can see. And then here are some examples of structures that are in Historic District 3. Okay, and now we're going to move on from the code into the next most specific area of policy, and this is the administrative rules of the Cultural Resources Commission. First, we have Chapter 12-530. That's basically your bylaws. It establishes regular meeting dates and locations, so it's first Thursday of the month. What makes a quorum? It's conflict of interest policy, establishes attendance requirements, and explains how meetings are conducted. So it would be good, especially new members, to review this just to give you an understanding of why we do the things that we do. It's all spelled out there. Also making sure meetings are open to the public, following the rules of order, meeting monthly, complying with sunshine law, so forth. This is, we're almost done here, Chapter 12-531, which describes in more detail than the Maui County Code about how the Commission does its work. It contains information the public needs to know when interacting with the Commission, including what's needed to review applications for these historic districts, how the Commission reviews nominations to the different registers, and how the Commission does its other duties, going back to Chapter 2.88 of the Maui County Code. So over the course of your appointment, you will be tested in these things, not by me, but by your work in the Commission. So when you have questions, please refer to these different rules. And that concludes my portion of the orientation. Thank you for hanging in there with me. I'm going to stop sharing, but I can always go back to any of the slides if you have any questions for me. And if not, I will pass it on to part 2 of the training. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody.
I'm going to start here with the Sunshine Law training. So basically, this is the law that governs all open meetings. Now, what is the general policy and intent of the Sunshine Law is to open up the government process to the public scrutiny and participation, requiring boards to conduct their business as possible. So absent a specific exception, board business cannot be discussed between board members outside of a noticed and public meeting. So what constitutes board business? It is defined as specific matters over which a board has supervision, control, jurisdiction, or advisory power that are actually pending before the board or that can be reasonably anticipated to arise before the board in the foreseeable future. So there's a balance between board members and constitutional rights of free expression and association, but also the public interest in open government. So the law sort of favors narrow interpretation. It has to be something that is pending from the board or will be very likely to be pending in front of the board. The Sunshine Law governs not, just meetings, but everything else, disseminating documents, the public notice, the agendas, the minutes, and then as we just discussed, the interactions between board members outside of these meetings. A meeting means the convening of the board to make or deliberate on a decision upon a matter over which the board has supervision, control, or advisory power. All actions of the commission must be taken by motion approved by quorum. These are the requirements for the agenda. Must be written, must be public. It includes any type of meeting, so regular, special, or certainly rescheduled. The agenda must include the date, time, and place of the meeting and list all of the items to be discussed. Executive meetings, which we'll discuss a little bit later, it's an exception to the public being a part of it. But if they're anticipated, it must be agendized, and the purpose of it must also be on the agenda. It must be posted no less than 6 calendar days prior to the meeting and on the county's electronic calendar. The open meeting, it just once again means that it is open to the public, and that was initially in person. COVID, we have moved on to interactive conference technology, which is acceptable under Sunshine Law. All interested persons shall have an opportunity to submit data, views, arguments in writing on any agenda item. They shall also have the opportunity to present oral testimony on any agenda item. The board can make reasonable time limits of oral testimony, So, 3 minutes is a common one that we see. Oral testimony cannot be limited to the start of the meeting. So, as I mentioned earlier, I failed to stop you folks when essentially how it usually goes is at the start of the meeting, what must be done is that testimony is taken from the public, and that can be on any agenda item. However, it cannot be limited to that. So once that initial public testimony is taken at the start of the meeting, the board must also accept public testimony for each agenda item as we go along the agenda. There are some special rules or considerations for remote meetings by interactive technology, WebEx in this case. Board members can't participate that way. However, there does need to be still one physical location open to the public. Also, while an interactive technology appearing by video, the board member should state the name of any person who is in the room with them, unless that person is under 18. So no minors. Board members also have to keep cameras on. So we had to have a quorum of members with the cameras on at all times, or the meeting has to be canceled. The audio is not good enough. That being said, let's say quorum is 5, but there are 6 board members. That 6th board member, if they're having issues with their camera, that's fine. It just needs to be a quorum with their cameras on. Another big part of this outside of the open meetings is that you folks cannot discuss board business and gather to discuss it, via group email, at a social gathering. Basically, just avoid it if it has anything to do with what you are serving, with what may come in front of you. Now, discussing business with non-members, Sunshine Law generally does not apply. I mean, you can go home and, talk to your family, your friends about it, but just not any of the other folks who have a voting power. There are a few exceptions to this rule. For example, 2 members can discuss matters relating to official board business so long as no commitment for a vote is made or sought, and 2 members do not make up a quorum of that board, which is not the case here. So that will not happen for you folks. So 2 of you can speak about board business, but the moment a 3rd person enters the conversation, it is not okay. Additionally, anytime a vote, commitment for a vote is made or sought, it is also not okay. So pretty much just avoid it as best you can. Another exception to this is what we call permitted investigative group, or PIG, or also a temporary investigative group, TIG. You'll probably hear it referred to both ways. So this is a situation in which two or more of the board members, however, it still has to be less than quorum, can meet outside of a regular meeting. But the scope and investigation, the scope of investigation and authority has to be defined at a public meeting of the board. Then findings and recommendations must be presented to the entire board at a meeting, and then deliberation and decision-making can only occur at a subsequent meeting. So it takes a minimum of 3 meetings for action to actually be taken. And no one can discuss the topic until the deliberation and decision has been made. Of course, besides the members of that group. Another example of a permitted interaction where 2 or more of you can be together, it still has to be less than a quorum, would be an informational meeting or presentation. So on a matter that's relating to board business, it can't be specifically and exclusively organized for, board members or commission members in this case. But it can be from another entity. It can be a legislative hearing, convention, a seminar, community meeting. Again, 2 or more of you folks can attend one of those. Still has to be less than a quorum. While at that informational meeting or presentation, you can participate in discussions, including amongst yourselves. Again, though, the important thing to remember is that no commitments to vote on a matter can be sought or made. And then another requirement is that at the next duly noticed meeting, public meeting, the members who attended have to report on that attendance, have to talk about what was presented and discuss it, whatever is related to official board business. So this is a situation that may sometimes arise. A meeting is canceled due to lack of quorum. The commissioners in attendance can still receive testimony and presentations and can even question testifiers and presenters, but there can be no deliberation or decision-making at all. So when we've got less of a quorum, you could still, for example, hear this PowerPoint, but that's about it. Just presentations and testifiers, no decision-making. You do need a quorum at a meeting to do that. And then additionally, at the next meeting, a record must be created so that the board members who were not present the last time are informed of what occurred. Executive meetings are yet another exception to the public having to view it. It requires 2/3 of the members present to vote for it. So someone would make a motion to go into executive session. And the purpose of that session has to be announced when making that motion. 2 very common examples when this usually comes up is to consider the hire, evaluation, dismissal or discipline of an officer or employee, where consideration of privacies are involved. The other more common way this comes up is to consult with the board's attorney. So in this case, on any questions and issues pertaining to the board's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, etc. And then, as I mentioned before, the executive meetings should be agendized if we know that it's coming. So if we know for a fact there's going to be a discussion about disciplining a commissioner, et cetera, we add that to the agenda. But sometimes it does come up randomly. That is often more times in this second example when, wait, are we allowed to do that when we wanted to speak to our attorney? That is the case where someone would make a motion, explain the purpose, to consult with attorney. That is when 2/3 of affirmative vote has to be made, and then we can go into executive session. If it's on the agenda, then again, that's because we anticipated it, and that procedure does not need to take place. Sunshine violations, the consequences can be that the decision is voided, whatever decision the commission made. An injunction could be filed. Members could even be found guilty of a misdemeanor. Don't worry too much about that. I don't think I've ever seen that happen. And the member may also be removed from the committee. There are some really good resources online. Office of Information Practices is the office that basically administers the Sunshine Law. They have lot of written guidance and opinions online, their training videos. They even have a lawyer of the day, a phone number you can call. So if you're thinking, hey, wait, am I allowed to talk to, my fellow board member about this, or forward that email because there's two of us CC'd on it, two other board members, definitely feel free to reach out to me. But there are also many, really great, easy to access resources online. And I'll stop now and ask if there are any questions before I go on to the next slideshow. Oh,
Hi, aloha.
hi.
This is Kemoku. Hi. I have basically a question. I don't know whether or not my question has to do with going into an executive session because of my position that I'm in. I just wanted some clarification from that.
Do you mean that, like, are you able to make the motion for executive session, or what would you mean by that?
Yeah, just to ask the question based upon my position that I'm in. I don't know whether or not we should go into executive session. So just point of clarification. I should have before, and now that I'm kind of clear on, this workshop that just we went through, I have a few questions, and I don't know whether or not it should be open.
I can say, so general questions are totally fine to have open. I can say pretty confidently that any questions relating to what I just presented, for example, are fine to be to the public. But go ahead and ask me, and then if I do feel like it should be something discussed in executive session, I will change that.
It's just based upon my position on what I am right now, because there's a lot of discussion that's going to happen in the historic corridor of Lahaina. And just to let this body know, and I should have brought it up before from the beginning, that I, through our organization, Nai County of Maui, holds certain federal contracts. So I just like to know whether or not that would put me in some kind of conflict. And if it is, then yeah.
Yeah, so if you believe that there is a conflict, some financial relationship between you and the matter which is being voted, you can just recuse yourself from the vote.
Okay.
Yeah, and that is probably the proper thing to do in this situation. So yeah, that is something that we can certainly say in the public meeting.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No. At least I know how to react when it comes to certain agenda items. Thank you.
Yes. So, I'm trying to get through these pretty quickly. That noise, I hope again it's not giving you the headache it's giving me, but we're going to talk about briefly the Robert's Rules of Order. The purpose of the rules are basically to help cooperation, harmony, just keep things orderly so that things can move quickly. They also ensure that members have equal rights and privileges and obligations. So the majority has the right to decide, but the minority also has the rights to speak and to vote on the matter, etc. So just some definitions. A motion is the topic is under discussion. A quorum is the minimum number of members required to conduct any business. And the chair, is the person in charge, basically of maintaining order via these Robert's rules, maintaining order in the meeting. Things to remember as part of discussion is everyone has the right to participate prior to anyone speaking for a second time. Only one motion can be discussed at a time. Again, a quorum must be present for the group to act. If there's not a quorum, the only motions that are allowed are to recess or adjourn. That would again be the situation when you would just listen to a presentation like this, but no deliberation. And no one should speak until called upon by the chair. So again, the chair is just in charge of keeping the meeting flowing in an orderly fashion. The minutes ought to record. This is not actually something that you folks will have to the commissioners and you will have to deal with. But just so you know, minutes are to record what was done. They can be corrected at any time that a mistake is discovered, even if it's years later. Just supposed to be an accurate reflection of what occurred at the meeting. Motions here. We've already done a couple today with the election of the chair and vice chair. Basically, one person has to make the motion, then a person must second it. That is when it's open for discussion. So once a motion is made, it has to be disposed of, whether it is passed or defeated or referred to committee or postponed. But there has to be sort of a conclusion to it once a motion is made. Most common motions, main motions, those are like what we did today, or motion to amend. You also have to make a motion to withdraw a motion, and then motions to adjourn and begin meetings. These are just categories of motion that are not. So back to amending a motion. A motion to amend changes the language of the main motion, and you have to vote on the motion to amend prior to voting on the actual amended motion, which sounds complicated. I will be here, obviously, so I'll keep an eye on it. Interrupt you guys and you guys can always stop to ask me questions too. But basically, what that means is that let's say someone makes a motion. Someone seconds it. Now there's discussion, and the person who made the original motion goes, you know what, actually, I want to change something I said. I said 6 weeks, but now I want it to be, now I know that they need more time. I'm going to make it 6 months. So then there needs to be a motion to amend the motion, which then has to be seconded and voted on, and then the amended motion can be made. So actually, my motion is now for 6 months, not 6 weeks. Again, I'll be here to help you guys walk you through that if it doesn't work. So then once motion is made and seconded, the discussion begins, and that is prior to a vote. Discussion must be germane, or in other words, related to the motion at hand. And the chair must remain impartial during that discussion. After a motion, seconding of that motion and discussion, a vote is then taken, and all members shall be determined by the affirmative vote majority, which the board is entitled. The chair should always ask for those opposed to ensure the validity of results. So if it's just everyone says aye motion, roll call is not needed. But if there is a no or two, often a roll call is just a good practice, just to ensure that is accurate. At the end of the vote, the chair announces the results. So either the motion is passed or the motion is lost. Also remaining silent if this is not a situation in which you recuse yourself due to an ethical issue, but are participating and then just choose not to vote or remain silent. It is recorded as an affirmative vote. So basically, yes, if you do not vote no. And then, so yeah, any questions about that? I'll stop again before I go into the last one. Oh, and I'm just seeing a note here about the audio connectivity. Were you guys able to hear most of what I said? Do you need me to repeat anything, or do you have any questions?
We could hear you.
Okay. Yes, everything's plugged in correctly. It may just be that excruciating noise flying on behind me. Terrible timings. It's not that loud for most of the day. Okay, so no questions for me on this. All right. So So again, I'll try to make this quick. This is talking about contested cases. These rules are governed by HRS Chapter 91. If you ever want to, read the rules directly, but I'll again give you a brief overview today. Contested cases proceeding in which the rights, duties, or privileges of a specific party are required by law to be determined after an opportunity for a hearing. Required by law means that the hearing is required by statute, agency rule, or constitutional due process in some cases. So the rules of this commission are, in terms of contested cases, are found in subchapter 3. So all proceedings in which action by the commission will result in a final determination of the legal rights of a specific party or parties, and which is appealable. So again, these are all included in your rules, but there must be notice, there has to be a submission of evidence, there's an opportunity for cross-examination and rebuttal evidence. The party initiating the proceeding shall have the burden of proof, including the burden of producing evidence and the burden of persuasion. So basically, they have to prove their case by a preponderance of the evidence. So the decision maker, which is each of you commissioners, shall personally consider the entire record and portions that are cited by the parties. Every decision and order must be in writing and accompanied by findings of fact and conclusions of law. It must be served on the party, and there's also an opportunity for judicial review, where the decision you guys make is appealed to a judge in a court. Is what we call, again, judicial review. So in administrative agencies, your guys' findings of facts are reviewable for clear error, but conclusions of law are freely reviewable. What that means is that there's a lower standard to overturn, or rather a higher standard to overturn the findings of fact that you guys made. They will not be set aside and appealed by a judge in a courtroom unless they're shown to be clearly erroneous in view of reliable, probative, and substantial evidence on the whole record. So if it's just clearly wrong, a judge has the ability to overturn it, but it's unlikely they are presumed to be correct unless, again, clearly erroneous. This is again what I was just saying. You folks are given the presumption of validity. The one who seeks to overturn your decision bears the burden of showing that it's invalid. So the court could affirm the decision made or remand the case with instructions for further proceedings, or could reverse or modify the decision and order the substantial rights of the petitioners have been prejudiced. Anyway, some of the reasons that a judge may do this is that if there are violations of constitutional statutory provisions in excess of the authority that is given to you folks, made upon an unlawful procedure, the procedure was wrong to begin with, there was an error of law, or again, clearly erroneous, just totally wrong in terms of the facts. Arbitrary and capricious or characterized abuse of discretion, or clearly unwarranted exercise of discretion. Again, the standards are pretty high to overturn a decision that you guys make for a court to overturn. So just a couple of things to remember when you're dealing with a contested case, you're exercising your adjudicatory function. You are basically, the judges. It's important to remain impartial, not openly make any conclusory remarks until all of the evidence has been received. Your decision must be based on the evidence in the record, so not something that you learned outside of the meeting or contested case. And then avoid any statements that may be mistaken as an attack on someone's race, sex, gender, religion. Again, you're trying to be as impartial as possible. You are playing the role of judge until the case is completed, and then you make your decision. And that is the end of this one. So I'll ask again if you folks have any questions for me on this presentation or any of the previous ones before we move on. Okay. Well, I'm always available for feel free to call or email, and I'll be here at all of the meetings as well. Thanks for your time, and sorry again for the technical difficulties and that noise. I'll turn it back over to you, Chair.
Okay, mahalo.
Mr. Chair, can I ask Selena a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Selena, this is Commissioner Rodriguez. I got a question with respect to contested case. So if a party tells us that they are going to request a contested case, and or they are in the contested case phase, do we still review the matter, or do we need to wait until the contested case is over?
Well, it depends on, I guess, on the order of things. I'm not. You would only ever discuss anything that was agendized. So, if it's on the agenda, you may speak of it. Did that answer your question, or typically it'd be when the contested case happens, though. That's when you become aware of it. That's when you would, discuss it.
Yeah, so I don't know if so the next item on the agenda, I know it's listed under contested cases, which I assume to mean that it is in the contested case phase. So my question is, do we entertain that item on the agenda, or should we just wait?
Yes. Yes. So you're going to hear from those folks today.
Okay. Thank you.
If no further questions, I guess it's number one on the agenda. Okay, so can I continue? Okay, thank you. Okay, so if this is a contested case, then agenda E1, review of proposed plans for Cox residents located at 627 Luakini within the County Historic District 2. I really don't know what these acronyms represent. SMX 2023-00369 and HDX 2024-00001. Paunao Ahupua Lahaina Moku Maui Mokupuni TMK 2 46008 061. Yes, sir, Milo.
Sorry to interrupt, Chair. And then at this point, ask if there is any public testimony on this item.
We're not going to go in review of it before what this agenda item is all about, or we're just going into public testimony?
Yes,
I'm really aware of what this whole thing is all about.
Yes,
you feel that we should.
You'll have the chance to ask questions later as commissioners. This is for public testimony, so anyone out there that is familiar with it, yeah.
Okay, I'd like to open for public testimony. Who do we have out there first?
Hi, Chair. This is Chantel. I have Calvin Cox online wishing to testify for item E1.
Okay. Aloha, Calvin. You may begin.
Aloha, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
So I just wanted to testify to let the commission know that I'm the owner of the property and that I am available to answer any questions that you guys may have based on the staff report for my permit application. Mahalo.
Okay, mahalo. Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, Chair. This is Chantel. I see no one else wishing to testify on item E1.
Okay. Thank you. If not, then I'd like to close public testimony.
Thank you, Chair
Okay,
Kapu.
so
This is, sorry.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Kapu. I'm going to share my screen and like to introduce architectural historian planner Stan Solomilla, who will be presenting regarding this item.
Okay.
Aloha kakayaka kako. My name is Stanley Solomillo, and I'm with the Long Range Division. And I'm going to be presenting on the Cox Residence, which is a proposed infill housing project located in the Lahaina Historic District 1 and the Lahaina National Historic Landmark District. Next slide, please. The Cox Residence is a replacement dwelling for a building that was destroyed by the 2023 Lahaina fire. It had been originally built for Shuntet Hugh, his wife Annie Akiona Hugh, and their three daughters, Pearl, Amy, and Lindonette. The dwelling was built in 1940, along with a freestanding garage with a hip roof, and both buildings were recorded on a Sanborn insurance map from 1950. Pre-fire photos of the Shun Tetku house are shown with an arrow in the left-hand corner of the slide. It was located adjacent to a parking lot with its rear yard abutting Atira parking. The photos on the right are pre-fire views of the Shun Tetku house that show that the dwelling was set back from Luakini Street in a traditional fashion with a substantial front yard. The Shun Tetku house was plantation vernacular in style with craftsman details. It was one of only 5 examples of U and H plan houses that were extant in pre-fire Lahaina. It was slightly smaller than other examples that were built along the shore in the 200 block of Front Street, and was one of 2 identical dwellings that were built by the Huohana in 1940. The last version of this house type was built by an unidentified carpenter in 1949 and survived the fire. The examples that were constructed along the shore were built under the supervision of Pioneer Mill Company head carpenter Thomas Kaneholani Makua Ole Hasi in 1925. They included the Lahaina Ice Company, Pioneer Mill Company bookkeeper's house that survived the fire with the red roof, and the Pioneer Mill Company bookkeeper's house next door that did not. The applicant has indicated that reconstruction of the Shun Tetku dwelling is impossible because of financial hardship. The applicant has selected a package home from Honsador Lumber Company as a replacement dwelling. These are 2 views. One, a street view of the former Shun Tetku house and the proposed infill house that Mr. Cox wishes to build. The floor plan on the right is the floor plan for the proposed replacement dwelling. The character defining features are details about a building's construction and decoration. The one-story Shuntet U dwelling's character-defining features included post and pier foundation with wood lattice foundation skirting, narrow horizontal wood drop siding, wood trim with wood corner boards, double hip roofs with composition shingle and exposed rafter tails, inset front entry with a shed roof, 2/2 light wood double hung windows with outset wood frames and trim, and wood 5 light doors with side lights. The character defining features of the proposed one-story Cox residence include a slab on grade instead of post and pier foundations without foundation skirting, vertical wood board and batten siding that can be either wood or fiber cement, wood or fiber cement trim, corner boards and frieze boards, hipped roofs in corrugated metal, an outset entry with hipped roofs and outset side lanite, 2/2 vinyl sash, 2 and 3 light siding, vinyl sash with flush wood or fiber cement frames and trim, and 4 light wood exterior doors, single or paired, with or without side lights. What are known typically as the Secretary of the Interior standards apply both to the Lahaina NHL as well as Maui County Historic District 1. The two standards that apply for this particular property are that a property shall be used for its historic purpose or be placed in a new use that requires minimal change to the defining characteristics of the building and its site and environment. And number 2, that the historic character of a property shall be retained and preserved. Since the house was originally destroyed by fire, its use is being maintained in the proposed new dwelling, and attempts by the homeowner as well as the manufacturer have been made to at least suggest the historic character, although it is not a duplication of the original dwelling. The other standards do not apply in this particular case. There are also Secretary of the Interior standards for new construction within the boundaries of historic districts, which may apply. And the first one of these is for related new construction, including buildings, driveways, parking lots, landscape improvements, and other new features. They must not alter the historic character of a property. A property's historic function must be evident, even if there is a change of use. The use as well as the type of building which is proposed to be built on this parcel is single-family residential. Other standards from the Secretary of the Interior standards for new construction do not apply. We are asking the commissioners to consider the following option: approve the plans with modification, or disapprove the plans. Please feel free to ask any questions that you wish.
Aloha, this is Commissioner Owen. I have a question. With respect to the original structure, if I read it correctly, it was a dwelling with a detached garage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The structure that's being proposed to be rebuilt, that's the dwelling, and it would appear that the garage would be attached to the structure now. Is that the case?
It's connected with a covered walkway.
Okay. Is the proposed home going to be built on the same footprint, or is it going to be a larger structure?
It appears to be, I haven't done a square footage calculation, so I can't give you that exactly. Perhaps you could ask the applicant.
I'll ask the applicant. Are you able to answer that question?
Yes, I can. The square footage is approximately 400 square feet larger because I added a bathroom in the main house, because before the main house had one bathroom and then the other bathroom was behind the garage. And so I just added a bathroom and a bedroom to the main house, which is why the square footage is 400 square feet larger.
Okay.
And it was
so
also the option with the Hansador package.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Anyone else? With no further questions, what we have before us from Stan Miller is to either approve or deny. So I know of this area, and condolences to the family for your loss. First of all, I think a lot of the original sleds from this area, anything that was left that basically was historic, was basically moved because of the recommendations from the Corps of Engineers. So it seems like we have a brand new slate that's happening here, but the recommendations from the Interior Department is there's a lot of exemptions I hear. So if that's the case, would anybody like to entertain a motion? Or any other recommendations from this body before we go forward?
And just to interrupt for a moment, Chair did mention that you folks can vote to approve or disapprove. You can also vote to approve with conditions. So if there is something that you'd like to add or change, you have options, but then we will need a motion of some kind, one of those options. Straight up approve, straight up deny, or
Okay, maybe question for Stan Soramillo. I know you've been in the cultural planning for a while. Is there anything that you would see that may be a recommendation for the commission?
I met with Mr. Cox and made some suggestions, which he asked Hansador to actually do. But anything beyond Hansador's limitations couldn't be done. So, because Mr. Cox was really adamant that he really needed his house to be built and he needed a place to live. It's only so far that we can require at this point, with people having been traumatized by the fire and having to be traumatized in the aftermath, until we have a new set of design guidelines specifically for residential properties that is approved by this body. We can't do much more in asking or or recommending certain conditions.
Excuse me, this is Commissioner Awana. I have another, just a quick question for Mr. Solomilo. So the structure that's being proposed, is it a reasonable representation of the prior structure? So it's gonna fit in with the historical design of other structures in the community, based on, modern materials and whatnot?
I hesitate to respond to that because if we really wanted to and were empowered to by a set of design guidelines, we could say whether it was or was not. It's suggestive of a historic period. If we want to apply a style to it, we would call it neo-plantation. But it's a modern building because it doesn't duplicate the footprint of the original building or the details for that matter.
So being that's the case, then how does it, interact with our recommendations or decisions when we don't have anything, viable literally to go on, especially when it starts to trigger those historic guidelines? I don't know. It's kind of hard because if we set precedents on anything, then I don't know. We're going to be doing our due diligence for the protection and preservation of historic properties until I guess the county can come up with some really stringent guidelines where this whole thing is new to us. And I don't know. I open this up to the commission.
This is Commissioner Rodriguez. Related to Chair Couples and Commissioner Awana's question. This question is to Stan, and I don't mean to put you on the hot seat, but when can we anticipate the county coming up with the guidelines with respect to rebuilding Lahaina?
We actually have draft design guidelines. They have to go through SHPE review and then be brought to this commission.
These are the actual old guidelines, or, because what had occurred, it kind of changes everything, because what I understand in the initial cleanup, they literally got everything out of that property. They were required to, any existing slabs or historical foundations were, because of the toxins were taken out.
Correct.
So because that, does it still reflect that historic code? Because if we're looking at the property in itself, there is nothing there.
That is
so
correct.
All we're doing is all we're doing is looking at the facade and how we can qualify that facade within the historic district.
That is correct. And that is probably the limits of what we can do, because if you look at the residential part of Lahaina, as well as the commercial parts of Lahaina, we would be able to reconstruct accurately the exterior of most of the commercial buildings, for example, but not necessarily their floor plans. So all you would have would be an exterior. And the challenge here is that we have people who are in a predicament where they need housing, and using modern materials and modern construction techniques, they are kind of confined to a series of housing producers that may go as far as they can, but they too have limitations, and we end up coming up with an approximation, but not something exactly that is historic. And that remains our challenge. It's like, what we would desire versus what can be done for an affordable price, given the challenges that people are having with rebuilding.
So considering what was just said, this is Commissioner Awana. So that approximation that's being proposed to be rebuilt, does that fall within the guidelines that we have in front of us to follow? I mean, in reading the planning department's report, I mean, your responses suggest that it does. Is that an accurate statement?
It does to a degree, yes. To a minimum degree, it does meet those guidelines that are highlighted in the presentation.
Okay.
I guess, I mean, I guess, we have rules or guidelines to follow at this point, and we understand that there may be amendments or revisions to those rules in the future, but
this is all we have now.
yeah, I guess we have to evaluate it based on what's in front of us or what rules of engagement we have to follow at this point.
Okay, so being we have this item before us and the recommendations from the planning department said that we're in conformity of the recommendation that was put out, I would like to entertain a motion. To accept the recommendation from the planning department.
So the motion, Commissioner Kapu, just for clarity, where the motion is to approve the plans as submitted.
Yeah. And the recommendations from the Planning or Cultural Resources Commission. Stan, you're with the Planning Department or the CRC, Cultural Resources?
I'm with the planning department, but I'm with
Okay.
the long range division, so I'm staff that supports the CRC.
Okay, with the recommendation from the Planning Department to approve the Cox residence located at 627 Wakini Street within the County Historic District 2.
So I hear the motion. This is Commissioner Awana. I'm going to second that motion.
Well, I entertain the motion, so you would have to make the motion. Then we would have to have a follow-up on a second motion
Okay.
from another commission.
So I'll go ahead and motion that we accept the proposed plans for the Cox residence located at the 627 Luakini Street as recommended by the Department of Planning, their staff report.
Okay.
Commissioner
Motion
Awana.
made. Okay. Commissioner Awana, can I have a second motion?
Commissioner Rodriguez seconds the motion.
Okay. Motion by Awana, second by Commissioner Rodriguez. Discussion? If not, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? Say aye.
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 Any kanalua? If not, okay, motion pass. Okay. Any further recommendation from the planning, Stan? If not, motion passes. And let's move to the next agenda item.
Mahalo.
Aye. Thank you. Okay. Okay, next, item 2, Historic District Assessment Review and approval of Imua Discovery Garden's proposed plan and proposed adaptive reuse for preschool and special event Wailuku Ahupua Puali Komohana Moku Maui Mokupuni TMK 2 3-4-014 060. Do we open up for public testimony?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to open up for public testimony.
Hi, Chair. We have people in person wishing to testify on this item. The first person is Allison Nakamura, followed by Sandy, and then Virginia.
Okay. Aloha, Allison.
Hi. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify. I've also submitted written testimony, so I'm going to try to keep my response by comments short. My name is Allison Nakamura. I grew up on Koeli Street, which is the street that borders the lower area of Imua, and my family has lived there since 1950. And things have changed a lot since Imua joined our neighborhood. While Imua does provide important and meaningful services to the community, what it currently is proposing really just is not appropriate for a historic district in a quiet residential neighborhood. And Maui's historic districts really are a benefit to the entire community, and changes as significant as the ones being proposed really should be understood by the community in general. I mean, Imua had 3 years to actually communicate with the greater community after it submitted its initial application in 2021. And to my knowledge, they really haven't done any kind of general outreach. At the gathering less than 2 weeks ago with a handful of neighbors, Imua's executive director acknowledged that there had been communication issues and had agreed to hold off on asking for any kind of specific approval at this meeting and rather have it a subject for discussion because he wanted to hear from the commission. I thought that was, very appropriate. But yet, here we are, and I believe we're still in the approval section. I don't think that is in keeping with what was discussed. Imua might want to try to ask for approval of, a portion of this, like maybe the preschool section. I don't think that's appropriate to try to carve out a specific piece. And certainly a preschool is really important and is a great thing for the community. But when you're talking about something on a historic district, you can't just carve out one specific piece. So I really don't think that's something that should be approved. So I respectfully do ask that the commission defer from taking action on this item and give more time for community engagement unless the commission decides to disapprove the proposal in its entirety. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, mahalo. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify?
Yes, Chair. The next testifier is Sandy.
Hi, good morning. My name is Sandy Takeshita, and I am one of the neighbors, the closest neighbors to the Imua property. And our family has been there for actually 68 years. We moved there. My father built the house when I was 10. So we've witnessed the whole a lot of the history of that property. And, we're very worried that this part of Maui is going to change, especially with the fires. We realize that this is the last historic district on Maui, and we need to fight to keep it the way it is. Can it change? It's the last one. And I think it's important that we acknowledge the message that Imua is making, that they take care of 800 children on this island. But all of that work is not done at this property and will not be done at this property. The work is done in Kahului. So this property has been permitted for a preschool of 20 children, 20. And while that is good, the permit that they've submitted doesn't reflect, that particular goal of educating 20 kids. If you take a look at the permit and you look at the master plan, when you do go through it, you'll see there's a 3,500 square foot stage and amphitheater. There is commercial bathrooms. There are areas, 3,000 square foot areas for events, and some with gazebos. Some of that has been going to be deleted, we are told, but so far the permit has not been changed. And it should be, if this is really the intention, is to not make it into an entertainment venue, because none of that has to do with a 20-child preschool.
You have 1 minute.
Structures have nothing to do with it. And we need to not allow that. And it needs to be, the permit needs to be amended either by addendum or a revised permit to not allow in the future for large construction on that property. So take a look at that map and you'll see that the intention cannot be for the school. It's got to be, and the message, it's got to be to promote
30 seconds.
Large entertainment venue. Please take a look. This is the last one, and it's very small area, District 3. It's Kawana Church up to the manager's house, and it's precious to us.
10 seconds.
So please do not move forward until all of these violation accusations are settled and the permit is resubmitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wanting to testify?
Next person is Virginia.
Yes, hi.
Hi, Allah.
Okay, yeah, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Virginia Sarath, and I live on Apapui Place, which is one street below Koali Street. And I recently became aware of the Umua Family Services application for the development of the former Yukuchi estate. And their vision is to create a safe space and an outdoor environment for the growth and healing of children in need. And part of the appeal is the site's beauty and its serenity. So I support their mission, Amua's mission on behalf of the children, but I don't support it on this property. I don't support their current development. The proposal for the development includes plans for a children's park, a preschool, an event space, and an art park that's open to the public, and they would charge daily admission for entry or an annual membership fee. And others have noted, and I think will also in the future, let you know about their lack of outreach and transparency as they've moved forward in their planning. But I'd like to add 3 additional questions and concerns. And my first question relates to the new proposed preschool and guidelines for the construction in the historic district. The construction is allowed since it meets the requirements, and it's going to be constructed on the footprint of the old garage, which 840 square foot garage. But the new plans include an addition for the preschool that go beyond that 840 square feet, and it increases the footprint to 3140. So my question is, I don't know if I understand this correctly, is whether this plan is in compliance with the restrictions for the historic district construction, which allows only, quote, minor expansion of the original footprint.
1 minute.
So I have 2 additional concerns. One is a matter of safety, that the preschool will share its grounds with the public art park. Public schools now have access restricted to only educators and students. So I question Emily's plans in this regard. And finally, I have concerns about the source for funding needed for the proposed development and for the ongoing maintenance of this property.
My concern is that once the preschool building exists.
30 seconds.
And future exemptions asking for more events will be requested and required to fund the now existing school and the children it serves. So I ask that a special use exemption not be granted at this time for events or for the construction of the preschool. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else?
Testifier Janice Nakamura, followed by Jim Beagle and Aaron Cook.
Okay, thank you. Hi, aloha.
Hello.
Thank you.
Next testifier.
Janice
Again?
Nakamura.
Janice Nakamura.
Shall I begin? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay, good.
yes, we can.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the commission. My late husband's parents built a house on Coralie Street 70 years ago. And I have lived in that house happily for nearly 50 years. Our neighborhood was always a quiet residential neighborhood, other than the brief periods when school was starting or getting out. Things changed for me after Imua arrived. The property that looked like a lovely historic country estate is now covered with modern art, and Imua is holding public events that have nothing to do with the culture or history of early Maui. The Imua property is in Historic District Number 3, the last intact historical district on Maui since the Lahaina wildfires destroyed Historic District 1 and 2. The Imua property is in Historic District, that's what I already said. And places like this historic property are important and special to all of Maui and need to be protected. While I support Imua's overall mission, their operations simply do not belong in a historic residential neighborhood. I am an old woman. I've been retired for 31 years and a widow for several years. It's hard for me to speak in public. I did not think that I would have the courage to speak here, but I thought that it was important that I stand up and be counted as one of many who would ask the CRC to please watch over and protect this historic District 3 property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person is Jim Deagle. Jim.
Did they skip me?
Jim Beagle.
Deagle, he's their director.
Okay. Next person will be Aaron Cook.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My husband and our family have lived on Awapui Street for 25 years. And we love the neighborhood so much, we purchased a second home on Kowele Street across from the Imua Gardens, formerly the Yokouchi Estate. We're providing testimony as concerned residents regarding the proposed amphitheater event project that Imua originally submitted to the Maui County Planning Department August 17th, 2021. Despite that being removed from the revised application, it reveals a concerning shift in vision for this historically relevant property. The initial proposal for the large amphitheater, 3,500 square feet, with 3,500 square feet of seating, large event spaces, food trucks, and vendors suggests a potential future for this space that prioritizes large commercial gatherings over the preservation of our neighborhood's characteristics and quiet enjoyment. I did attach some original drawings with my testimony online, so I don't know how to, but those are the drawings for the amphitheater, and this amphitheater would have been built about 500 feet from somebody's front door, another 500 feet from somebody else's front door, and about 100 feet from several other people's homes. It's in the middle of a residential neighborhood. Dean Wong's vision, publicly shared in interviews, of creating a central park in the heart of Historic District 3 with food trucks and vendors is admirable, but it's better suited to a more appropriate location. It's been stated that there is going to be around 200 or 2,000 to 3,000 attendees, which that includes the whole family of these attendees. And that would inevitably impact our local streets, resources.
You have 1 minute.
And most importantly, our residential way of life. Such gatherings belong in established venues like the Maui Arts and Cultural Center, where high attendance venues do not encroach on residential tranquility. Inua has the large artwork in publications such as Maui no Kauai and Experience Maui.
30 seconds.
And while Jerry and I deeply appreciate Inua's work, it's just clear that, Dean, your actions are so loud that we can't hear your words anymore. And we humbly ask the commission to deny any special event permits for District Number 3. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Next testifier is Street.
Aloha mai. My name is Bob Street, and I'm an end user on the Wailuku Taonawai Kuleana system. I'm one of 3 properties that get our water off of the Wailuku Taon Kuleana system. Our midpoint valve is located at 2471 Main Street, 225 Ko'ele, and 231 Ko'ele. None of these properties own the midpoint valve. The midpoint valve does not belong to the State of Hawaii Department of Land and Natural Resources Commission on Water Resource Management. It does not belong to Wailuku Water Company. It does not belong to Imua Family Services. That midpoint valve belongs to the end users. And as somebody that has a pertinent rights, which are absolute in the court of law, I have a right to maintain my OY system, and I have a right to go wherever my OY system goes in order to clean up and maintain it. Upon going to that midpoint valve, I have been harassed by Dean Wong and Michael Rollins over and over and over and over again. They don't seem to understand that I have a lawful, legal right to go to that midpoint valve. I'm wondering if there was ever a historic inventory done for that property. Kama'owai, which bisects 2471, even though it is not in use, belongs to the end users of the Wailuku Taonawai Kuleana system. Furthermore, the aqueduct that comes off of the Kama'owai and drops into the ground goes under an Hawaii system that crosses the complete bottom of the property at 2471 off of Ho'ele Street. I think it's extremely disingenuous of Imua Family Services
1 minute
not to invite us to any of the meetings. And I'm requesting that this body recommend that their SWUPA, their state water use permit, be terminated because of what the Commission on Water Resource Management did. Right now, they put us into a contract dispute between Wailuku Water Company and 2471 Main Street, in which we are forced to give up our water for 2 hours every day.
30 seconds.
What this is causing is you're slowly destroying our water, our OY system. And the Commission on Water Resource Management knew about this. They knew about the age of our OY system. They knew about the integrity of, and Dean Wong is participating in the destruction of our OY system.
10 seconds.
It's a historic district, and it should be respected. One more thing, I can sit here and look at all of you and say, I was raised in that house, and I know what it means. And for Dean Wong and Imua Family Services to come in and prostitute that property at the expense of everyone else is shameful.
Thank you, Mr. Street. Mahalo. I have one question for you. You feel that this project will definitely impede upon your rights in any way? You can kind of explain a little bit in detail. I've understand that you filed a water use permit application with CWRM, and does that impede upon your rights? Or this development impedes upon your rights?
I can't understand his question if he has a question. Do you know what he's asking?
This is Commissioner Rodriguez.
Repeat what he said.
Yeah, can you clarify a little bit more for Bobby?
Yeah, I'm asking whether or not this development would impede upon his rights of what he filed with the Water Use Commission.
I have a state water use permit, but I go under my appurtenant rights because it holds more weight in court. I don't know what they're going to do. They've tried to do everything. They've tried to lock us out. They've made it somewhat difficult for us to maintain that midpoint valve. They don't want us around. They are trying to basically destroy our water, our OY system. And they are a direct participant in that destruction. And it's only a matter of time before our OY system collapses. And I want to bring it to your attention that our OY system goes from 2471, 225 Coeli, 231 Coeli. It goes to the back of, or the side of Wailuku Library, the Waikapu side. It goes underneath High Street. It goes underneath Ka'ohu Street. It goes underneath Kalua Road, all the way until it meets us. It is slowly collapsing. And it's because of this turn the water on, turn the water off, and they don't respect the integrity or the age of our system. We need help. We need help from the county because their their road wash water is dumping it into our OY system. We've got 3 places where the road runoff dumps in. That needs to be taken care of. And that is nobody's fault. It's just the age of this system. Kama OY should be put on, if it's not, under the historic preservation. The Wailuku Town OY Kuleana system should be put under the historic district. That is part of the antiquities of Wailuku, the Nawai'eha, particularly Wailuku. I'll add all your ages up, times it by 2, and our OY system is older than that.
If I may.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Street.
If I may.
Thank you.
That OY system opens up.
So I want to, mahalo, thank you very much. I get the message, and I think we can get a little bit more clarity from the planning department when they do the presentation. So mahalo. Okay, next one to testify, please.
Mr. Alex Dillon. Miss Kelsey Cook.
Thank you.
Oh, there's Mr. Alex Dillon. He's online.
Yep. Can you guys hear me?
Okay, hi, aloha.
Hi. So basically my daughter, she goes to Maui currently. There's only like 13 to 15 kids, and there's an elementary school 100 meters down the road that has ridiculous traffic. So I'm not sure where that's coming from. So for us, our family, we're from Lahaina. We lost our house. Me and my wife both lost our jobs. We lost everything. And our community was overnight ripped away from us. And one of the few things that has actually helped us, and one of the few programs, is Imua. They have been a consistent, stable place for our daughter to be. She's got to make new friends. She gets to come home, tell us everything she's learned. She loves walking around the gardens every day there. And it's just been wonderful for us. And by her being able to go there and Imua accepting her and saying, you know what, don't worry about it. We've got you guys. No one else has done that for us. Nobody. And that allows us room to breathe and take care of what we need to do. And it gives us another sense of community. And that's been hard to find, I think, for us and a lot of other people on this island in the same position. Just get out of here. I can see. Sorry. So, I mean, when it comes to the building of it, I don't see a better use than having a preschool and building this place on a historic place that has influenced our culture and what it's become. I mean, they want to, have events there 5 times a year. It's not like they want to throw raging parties. It's just to help fundraise.
You have 1 minute.
These kids have the money, and Imua has the money to keep providing the services that they're doing for us. And again, by opening up that property to the public through events like the Halloween festival, a couple weeks ago, the whole island or all of the side, they love going to that. And that's what Imua wants to offer. And so I think for having 5 days out of the year that they have events, it should not be a problem.
30 seconds.
And by wanting to improve this property in a good way, you're allowing the rest of the island to come and say, oh, this is what this property is about, and be able to experience it and have all that. And I'm just worried by not having this approved, you're taking away from the community being able to attend these festivals and be at this property. And second, again, my new community is being
10 seconds.
The new community is being ripped away from me again. And I'm scared about that. That's all I have to say.
Mahalo. Mahalo, thank you.
Thank you.
Next testifier is Kelsey Cook.
Hi there. Good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Kelsey Cook, and I'm here not only as a mother, but as a Lahaina fire survivor. Just deeply grateful for the incredible support my family has found through Mua Family Services. When we lost everything in the fire, the road to recovery felt extremely overwhelming, especially for our kids. My daughter Marlo, who is just 4 years old, was deeply affected, as were so many other children. Mua Family Services and the staff of the Discovery Garden have stepped up in ways that I can only describe as life-changing. They opened their doors to Lahaina fire survivor families like myself, offering free preschool to ensure our children had a safe and nurturing place to heal, learn, and grow. What makes Imua so special is how they've just gone above and beyond to meet the needs of our children. For Marlo, that has included welcoming her trauma therapist into the school environment, a compassionate gesture that has been truly impactful. They understand that healing doesn't happen in isolation, and they've created a space where mental health and emotional well-being are being prioritized alongside education. Imua's outdoor approach to early childhood education is nothing short of transformative. It may be unconventional compared to a traditional preschool setting, but that precisely is what makes it so valuable. Our children will spend more than a decade in traditional classrooms. Why not begin their educational journey surrounded by nature? Studies show that children thrive when they're connected to nature, and it reduces stress, promotes creativity, and supports emotional regulation. Throughout Imua, my daughter has gained so much more than just foundational academic skills. She's learning about the beauty of the island where she was born, including Hawaiian culture, language, traditions, and how the land and its history shape who we are as a community. This knowledge is helping her build a stronger connection to the island and her role in preserving the unique culture of Maui. It's incredibly meaningful to see her understanding and appreciating the island we live on, and that goes far beyond what a traditional classroom can offer her. Most importantly, Amua has given us a sense of community when we needed it the most. In the mere hours it took for the fire to destroy our home, our town, we lost more than possessions. We lost our sense of belonging. The staff and families at Amua have welcomed us with open arms, reminding us that even in the face of devastation, we're not alone. Looking ahead, my son, who is just 2 weeks old,
1 minute.
the fire, will be approaching preschool next year. Our family is extremely excited for the opportunity for our son to gain the same education and cultural knowledge as his sister. Knowing that he can experience all the things that Amua has brought to our daughter makes us so excited for his future. As I stand here today, I just want to emphasize immensely for the early childhood education here on Maui, especially for programs that understand and adapt to unique challenges our children face. Amua is setting a gold standard, not just in education, but in community care, cultural enrichment, and resilience, which I believe is why the approval of the permanent preschool home at the Discovery Garden is a pertinent need. Thank you for your time and consideration and the importance of the programs like the Amua Discovery Garden Preschool. They're not just educating our children, but they're also shaping the future of our island. Thank you. Mahalo.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next testifier is Margaret Pulver.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I'm actually calling in from the property. My son also attends the preschool here. And I apologize if I get emotional. As an advocate for early childhood education, I fully support Imua's application for the Discovery Garden property to be the home to their outdoor preschool program and the 5, count them on one hand, family-centered community events they provide for Maui. I commend the vital work Imua is doing in our community, and I believe that Imua's approach to learning and development offers an invaluable foundation for young children. Their commitment to nurturing the whole child, socially, emotionally, intellectually, and physically, sets it apart as a true leader in early childhood education on Maui. The curriculum blends exploration outdoors, creative play, inquiry-based learning, and is grounded in culture and place. And this empowers our children to develop a deep connection with their home island, as well as the culture that lives and thrives in this space. What I find particularly admirable about Imua is their emphasis on community building, inclusivity, and emotional growth. It is clear that every child here is seen as an individual with unique needs and strengths, and that the team at Imua works tirelessly to support and create an environment that supports children where they can be who they are and thrive at their own pace. It also doesn't just prepare children for school, but for life. The skills they acquire here, such as problem solving, collaboration, empathy, self-regulation, these are invaluable assets that if some of the adults on the other side of this fence learned, they might not be so aggressive and angry with what Imua is trying to do, but maybe would be trying to actually be proactive and engaging in more constructive and productive conversations instead of pointing fingers and blame. As a client of Imua, I have witnessed firsthand the positive impact that this organization has had on families in the community. My son was diagnosed with autism just after turning 3. We were unable to find him a preschool program for the 2023 school year because of his diagnosis. We were put on the wait list at Imua because they are the only game in town that helps families like mine. And the other 10 told us, sorry, we can't meet your son's individual needs. Thankfully, with the opening of the Discovery Garden preschool program that created 20 more spaces for children on Maui, my son was able to get off the wait list and into the perfect preschool program. Taking away the only inclusive preschool program that is outdoor based on this island not only hurts the currently enrolled students, but continues to support the systemic inequalities and discrimination that have existed on Maui for far
30 seconds.
The inclusive nature of the Amua preschool not only benefits our families, but the entire community in being more empathetic, more understanding, more inclusive, and more willing to help those who are most in need. So thank you, Imua, for your ongoing commitment to early childhood education. And I really do hope this commission is willing to support this amazing program and their willingness to build and share community with those who need it most, like my son. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next testifier is Dean Wong.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, it shows that my video was stopped, so I can't tell if you can hear me. I'm looking forward to you actually hearing the presentation that we have for you based on this property and sort of what really is truly is the vision of Imua Family Services. I think you can see that there is some emotion behind what might be some conceived plans and also some emotions behind some misconceptions. Imua Family Services has been serving the communities here in all of Maui County, including Molokai and Lanai, since 1947. This is an organization that got its start providing services for children with polio at a time when there were no resources, very little health resources for children. And so we've always had to be at the forefront of stepping up and sort of pioneering the way for children. We have an early childhood development center in Kahului that is our clinical space, and that is where we see children who need our clinical and therapeutic center rooms and our therapists. My 50 therapists and early childhood staff see children in their own homes across the islands, and that is called the natural setting. We also have a preschool in Kahului that is part of the National Association for the Education of Young Children. And our goal, our hope, our dream is to build a preschool here at what we are calling the Imua Discovery Gardens, the former Yokouchi estate. On the plot that you will hear about was formerly the garage space. This is part of the zoning and special uses for this particular area, and there are 8 preschools just within walking distance. And many of them come to our Discovery Gardens for the usage of our
1 minute.
green spaces, our trees, and the natural environment. We are not trying to turn this into Central Park. It is a gorgeous, green, natural space, and it needs to be maintained that way. The trees there are 120 years old, and we've registered them all with the state as exceptional trees. We have the property registered now with the National Garden Associations across America so that it is preserved garden. And we have also registered the space with the Morton Arboretum Society, which is proof of our commitment to maintaining this as a green space, but a space for children and for Maui's community. I don't want to run over.
10 seconds.
I'll be available for further questions after you hear the presentation. I know there's some things that were said that you probably want clarification on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Next testifier is Nancy Zhao.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you very much for listening to my testimony. I am speaking as a mother of 2 beautiful children. My son is 4, my older son is 4, and he was born in 2020, right at the start of the pandemic. And with the pandemic's challenges, my husband and I were afraid of what resources would be available to help our child as he grew up in a world that was so different with all the restrictions that the pandemic with it brought, including not being able to socialize with people in the beginning years of his life. And I implore the commissioners to listen to the thoughts of the people who live in the community, but also stay in the community through things like Imua's preschool, because through Discovery Garden and Play Imua, my son was able to thrive as he got older and make friends, which really helped alleviate many of the concerns my husband and I had for our young family. I have another daughter who is now only 7 months old, and I look forward to her also participating in Imua's events. I understand that it's difficult to have neighbors who are concerned of their the quiet and the well-being of their properties, and I appreciate hearing those concerns, but I also think that it's very important to allow for a space like the Amoa Gardens to proceed with their application because it has provided such an important resource for us, for my family, and one that I look forward to having in the future. We found it very difficult to even get my son into a preschool because of the limited number of preschools on the island. And Amoa has waited a long time to have their application heard and to proceed so that they can continue to provide resources in a manner where our children are growing up way too fast. And with increased delays to resources, they're going to be adults before we know it. So please do what you can
30
to help move their plans forward so that they can keep providing for the communities and families on our island. Mahalo.
Hi, mahalo. Thank you. Next testifier.
Next testifier is Miss Alice Lee.
Hi, aloha.
You're going to have to unmute your mic.
Oh, there we go. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Aloha, commissioners. I'm Michelle McLean, working for Council Chair Alice Lee. She was not able to make it at this time, and so she asked that I summarize and quickly read the written testimony that she submitted. She respectfully requests that you defer taking action on this application to allow the applicant to further engage with the surrounding community. While the applicant has made notable changes to the original application in response to neighbor concerns, there are still unanswered questions that warrant the applicant's thoughtful response, and the community deserves to have this dialogue directly with the applicant. Imua Family Services provides important support to our families in Keiki, and Chair Lee is confident that they can continue doing so in a manner that is harmonious with the neighborhood and in keeping with the character of Historic District 3. Our office has been monitoring and involved in this process since the beginning of the year. We facilitated one community meeting and have sometimes served as an intermediary between the applicant and the neighbors. And we're hoping to find compromise that could result in a revised application that has community support. Chair Lee hopes that this can be achieved, but more time is needed to work toward this goal. And she thanks you for your consideration of her request. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Michelle.
Next testifier is
ahead.
Marsha Sharp.
Aloha kaka. Thank you for hearing this testimony. I've come unprepared, but I just wanted to come from my heart. I'm on the board of Imua Family Services. I've served on the board for 6 years, and I've seen what Imua has done for our community. I hear what the neighbours are saying. I hear what the community is saying. But this piece of property is a historical place for our community. That was the Yaguchi's intention. That was why Imua purchased the property for them. So as a number of people have spoken, Imua has stepped up after the fires. It's really been there for our community, creating space, creating place and home. The 5 events they're talking about for the year are small. And when we think about the children that Imua services, they're children that aren't great with big spaces. They might need that more intimate place. You know, the Halloween festivals at the MAC, that was fantastic. But when we're talking about these smaller events and we're talking about those children that don't need so much action and so much intensity. So when we talk about rights, we talk about our community rights. We talk about our keiki rights. And that's what I'm here to talk about. You know, we need this approval has been in process for 4 years, and I understand everything that goes around it. But thinking about our community and what it needs and just building on our cultural community. So thank you for hearing me. I appreciate your work.
Mahalo. Thank you.
Next testifier is Andrea Martinez, followed by the last testifier, Carla Bloomberg.
Aloha, my name is Andrea Martinez, and I'm also one of the moms that goes to Imua regularly. And I totally hear the complaints about noise and parking and events, especially as a mom, because we have nap time and we don't like hearing the exact same things. But what I also hear is the laughter and the learning and the things that just melt your heart and make you realize that all of this is worth it. And I know it's such an inconvenience, but I just wish that we could have those people come see what they're doing, the amazing work that they're truly doing. And it would melt them in an instant because these are children. These are our keiki that you want to do what's best for the island. How better than to teach them in an outdoor school, the only outdoor school? And not to mention the families like myself who don't have the money to pay for preschool and we don't qualify for benefits because we just make that little bit much more. This place offers those services to us in the middle. And I'm so sorry to the neighbors. But like Alex said, there's a school right down the street that's there every single day and it's been there for years. It's not that crazy. They do, their regular school pickups there. And I go there almost every day. Well, the days that I'm supposed to go there at least. And today I even commented, I was like, wow, we're so busy. There was like 15 people there. There were 15 kids there at 10 o'clock in the morning. Like, it's not like they're holding ragers or parties or events all night, every single night. And these events have also given my children gifts, Christmas gifts, when maybe we couldn't have afforded them. It's given us just the experience of being outside and having more of a Montessori or beneficial approach to teaching your children. And I really feel like it would be such a shame to give away such a beautiful property that instills so much stability and hope and just breath into the community and just have it lost over noise complaints that we have to deal with no matter what.
1 minute.
And with that, I just hope the commission takes everything into account. And not to mention that I remember when I first joined, they were building the preschool. And as soon as they heard about the Lahaina fire, they absorbed as many Lahaina fire victims as they possibly could. And I just think, why would you just hurt the Lahaina fire victims and the keiki all over again by uprooting the whole thing? And all they need are just some toilets so they can use the restroom. Like, we're denying them toilets in a preschool because we don't want to deal
30 seconds.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Last testifier is Carla Bloomberg.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank
Hello.
you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, everyone who's present, and thank you for all the testimony. I live in a neighborhood in Kehelani, which is adjacent to Coeli Street. I'm also a realtor, and I'm very in tune to the needs of property owners and the needs that can arise between neighbors, and with especially when you layer on top of that zoning and the mechanics and of an ever-changing landscape, which is the reality of any place. There's always things within communities that are changing and evolving, and especially when it comes to housing and real estate and demographics of people who live and work here, etc. I also have a 4-year-old and a 1.5-year-old who were both born on the island of Maui. I applied to a Mua Inclusions preschool for my 4-year-old, and we were not accepted due to space. And I currently drive an hour to Kihei twice a day to take my child to school so that I can work to support my family. I'm deeply in tune to the needs of property owners, and unfortunately, I must say that what I'm hearing on this call is a loud but unfounded testimony from a very small group of disgruntled neighbors who are, on the one hand, saying that the neighborhood is residential while also recognizing that it's a historic district. And I want to say that everything that Imua is doing and everything that they have applied for is within the allowance of Historic District 3. The noise from Imua, I can hear from my house. It's very, very minimal. Imua puts on less than 5 family events a year that all end before 8 p.m. The events are typically 4 to 8 p.m. I am able to walk to those events and enjoy them with my family. It's a
You have
huge
1 minute.
benefit for the community, as will be the preschool, which is an operation that occurs during the day for 20 kids and is really not noisy at all, aside from maybe the laughter and sounds of children during school hours. And I don't know anyone who would say that they're disturbed by the noise of children playing and learning. Unfortunately, I feel like this group of neighbors is loud and is not willing to
30
accept
seconds.
change in the community. And I believe that if you feel that children are the future, and I don't know anyone who does not believe that, if you believe children are the future, we need to act for our children. Preschooling and childcare is desperately, desperately needed. And I urge you to please approve the application for IMUA
And
to have a space for our children to move forward in a way that is deeply in tune with Hawaii cultural practices, which IMUA has demonstrated that they do. Thank you so much for hearing me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so that
the last
concludes. Is
testifier.
there anybody? Is there anybody else?
No, that's
If
the
not-
last testifier, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Staff report?
So this is Kavika Farm. I can go over the staff report for this body's commission. I also believe that the applicant has also prepared a presentation that would be helpful for orienting this commission with more of the details of what is being discussed, and would request with this commission's approval that the applicant be allowed to provide their presentation.
Okay. Is everybody good with that? Okay, go ahead.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Brett Davis. I'm a consultant working for IMUA Family Services, and I'll be giving a brief presentation today about the proposed project.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm going to share my screen here. Can everyone see my screen okay?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Good afternoon. Again, my name is Brett Davis. I'm a consultant with CHP Maui here in Wailuku, and I'm here giving a brief presentation about the Mua Discovery Garden and our request for a historic district assessment approval for the proposed project. With me today online is from IMUA is Dean Wong, as you've already heard. We also have Lahea Awohi, who's been helping Dean with community outreach and facilitating meetings with the surrounding neighbors. We also have architect Robert Domingo, archaeologist Trevor Yuka, and for architectural historians, we have Mason Architects, and Polly Tice is here as well. Okay. So I just want to give you, this is an overview of the site. And if you look at the small graphic to the left, you'll see an outline in green that shows the historic district boundary that runs along Main Street to High Street and Kuele Street. The aerial photograph shows the property. The property is accessed from Main Street primarily, and then there is a secondary entrance at Kuele Street. So here we have the overall master plan of and project description. What we've identified here is areas. There's a few areas of where we would want to modify, renovate, or add on to existing buildings. And then the other areas are for maintaining the natural open space and the mature trees and landscaping on the property. So elements of the project include updating the entry gates, the surrounding fencing, some screen planning, installation of a playground. There's plenty of open space identified throughout the site. This site plan was updated in 2024 as a result of discussion with the planning department and surrounding neighbors from 2021, 2022, 23. And so there was an amphitheater and a stage identified, and we've removed that. We heard the comments and we felt it was not appropriate, and so it's been removed as part of our final presentation here. Next, I'd like to focus on proposed work involving existing structures. I'll start with the main home, the manager's house, built in 1936. It is a significant structure, and we are proposing to preserve the building as is. The only modification is that we would like to add a wooden trellis to the rear paved open space area in the back of the house, and I'll show you some renderings further in the presentation. The second structure is the manager's garage. This is the building that we would like to renovate and expand to repurpose as a preschool. There's also the manager's pool and pool house, which was built in 1992, not considered significant. We'd like to renovate the existing restrooms and fill in the pool that's just not used. Next, there's the tennis court that is located very close to the garage, and we'd like to reuse that area for parking for the preschool. And then finally, there's the common ditch that is a significant historic site, and there also is an aqueduct. And the proposal is to preserve as is, no work is proposed within the ditch. So here's a couple of photos of the manager's house. See the front and the rear. And then in the middle here is the proposed rendering of the trellis structure. Here's a floor plan of the trellis. It's approximately 1,000 square feet, and it would be attached to the rear of the building. Here's an elevation as well. These drawings are part of the architectural drawings that are provided in the documents that are included in the agenda today. Here's a picture of the manager's garage. It's in close proximity to Main Street. It has access right there from the main entry to the project. And so it's an ideal location for the preschool. This building is approximately 840 square feet currently. And here's a rendering of the proposed preschool. So the addition would include 2,300 square feet of additional school, and then also a fenced-in playground of approximately 2,800 square feet. The idea is to match the materials and colors to the existing garage. And here we have some floor plans that were included as part of the original application. The next structure that we're proposing to renovate is the manager's pool and pool house. The restrooms would be renovated to include ADA compliant, would be improved to be ADA compliant, and also add a little storage area in between the two restrooms. Here's showing an elevation, proposed building. And then in the middle is storage area, as I mentioned. Here's a photograph of the two significant structures we are proposing to just preserve in place and not touch. See the common ditch on the left and the aqueduct feature on the right-hand side there. So since I think since 2023, some new temporary structures and the former swimming pool were filled in. So if you look, we have some alpaca shelters and closures. And then to the right, we have the butterfly building there in white, and it's located quite quite close to the former swimming pool that you can see has been filled in, and AstroTurf covering has been laid there. After submitting our original application in 2021, we got comments from SHPD, and we therefore retained Mason Architecture to help with a architectural level survey, a reconnaissance level survey. And through that, we were able to evaluate the 6 historic resources, that I mentioned earlier. So just some more slides from SHPD's 60 review, just confirming that we've been working with them. Now, related to archaeology, we also prepared an archaeological inventory survey, included subsurface trenching. They did not identify any new historic properties. The common ditch was identified as historic previously, and we included the ship number. So the AIS was submitted to SHPD in June of 2023. It was updated. We're still waiting for final acceptance from that June 2023 submittal. We're hoping for that very soon. There was mention of special events, and there are special events that occur at the property. And some of the annual events include Imua Butterfly Festival, the Keiki Halloween Festival, and the Holiday Festival. And again, Imua is here available to speak to any comments or questions about those festivals and their operation. Finally, I just want to kind of reemphasize that we really want to maintain this garden space. Dean has been adamant about registering Imua with National Garden Associations, Arboretum Societies, and also getting 6 trees that are registered with the county as exceptional. And so there's a desire to maintain the trees and enhance the property as much as we can to maintain the feel that it has. So in closing, I just want to say thank you mahalo for your consideration, and we're available for any questions.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, I can walk you guys through a summary of the staff report. Basically, this is Kalika Farm from Long Range Division of the Planning Department. I think it's important for this body to understand what is being asked of this commission. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Sorry, do I need to repeat myself or can I continue on?
I cannot speak for the other commissioners, but I could hear you.
Okay, I'm going to assume the other commissioners can hear me as well. Awesome. So to reiterate, I think it's important for this body to understand what is being asked. This commission is being asked for 2 things, basically. In one hand, this commission is being asked for a decision on the plans associated with this proposed project. That is the architectural design, the civil site plan, all of the building proposals that the applicant is bringing forth before this commission that was submitted and attached and provided to this body via the HDX application. That is within this body purview under 195220A as part of the commission review on plans within the historic district and this body authority to approve such plans. In addition to the plans before this commission, this body is also being requested, the applicant is proposing and requesting written approval from this commission on special uses the special uses is at the heart of what is being discussed today, which involve changing the historic nature of the property to now include construction and other type of development to facilitate what the MOA's mission and vision is in relation to a preschool and the subsequent special event that would also facilitate MOA's mission and vision in obtaining that objective. So those are the two things that this body is being asked decision on. One is the actual plan as proposed, and then two, written approval on the proposed special uses, which is one, the preschool and related construction activity, and two, proposed special events. Now, in general, I think the applicant did a great job at summarizing in a nutshell for this body the historical context of what went into their proposal, their thought process, and some of the engagement that has occurred. Basically, the staff report has consolidated and identified 9 areas of proposed construction, and then separated out 10th item, which is the actual special events that the applicant is also requesting written approval from this commission. I would like to reiterate that in relation to the proposed construction and to address some of the historical impacts of this district, the applicant, as stated, did complete an archaeological inventory survey, did complete an architectural reconnaissance level survey, both of which was submitted to the State Historic Preservation Division to address the impacts that this project would have in a historical nature for the district. What I would like to go into now is some of the findings and observations that the department had as a result of the proposal. There was a notice of warning that issued July 11, 2024, and the notice of warning generated as a result of a complaint that the department had received from the community. And it had to do with the preschool and events and other ongoing activities at the property that was not in compliance and conformity with the code as currently written and described. That is part of the process of what we're trying to navigate here today. I would also like to note that a temporary permit, I would also like to note that a temporary tent permit was approved for the preschool in September of this year as well. And then as I go into some of the proposed development projects for this commission consideration, it involves, as the applicant has stated, the Discovery House and its facility building. And it involves construction of a proposed trellis that should also be freestanding and unattached to sort of preserve and maintain the original building in its historic nature. All exterior repairs and renovations should also follow the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. The preschool building, playground, and restroom, the proposed designs account for and appears from the department's perspective to be compatible with the architectural elements of the district. Again, I would like to reiterate that the exterior repairs and renovation to the existing Wailuku Plantation Manager's House and Garage must also follow the Secretary of Interior standards. Parking and the new bypass lane that is proposed, the historic Wailuku Manager's tennis court, those have been documented by the reconnaissance level survey. The only thing that the county would really like to emphasize and bring to this commission's attention is that the proposed newly repurposed parking area must account for subsection 1952-100D, and that requires that one canopy tree be planted for every 8 parking stalls. So they want to repurpose the old tennis court into paid parking, and we are also wanting commitment from the applicant and bring this to this body's attention that is with the understanding that one canopy tree shall be planted for every parking stall proposed. As the applicant mentioned, they're going to shelter and butterfly enclosure. From the department's perspective, the construction of both of these areas are minimal and placed in areas to minimize the visual impact to the historic resources on the property. The proposed Discovery Place space, it is large, it is extensive, and the department is requesting that any material colored for the proposed playground equipment area should blend into the area and not be overwhelming and detract from the historic nature of the district. Basically, what that means is nothing extremely bright or attention grabbing. It should be more soft muted tones to kind of blend in with the landscape. And then they also are proposing 2 water features. As the department understands the applicant's proposal, the plan is to help construct the water features in a way that would help preserve and protect the historic aqueducts. It's a safety mechanism that would kind of keep people that are traversing the property from unnecessarily getting too close or potentially disturbing and damaging the historic aqueduct on the property. I think what is also very important for this body's consideration is to try and think about this in the overall impact. And that's where the cumulative impact of the proposed master plan development will drastically alter the look, character, and feel of the district. Subsection 1950-30 of Maui County Code states that the whole purpose of the district is to preserve, protect the several well-preserved historic structural sites now existing, which are deemed to be of great value because they're identified with early history of Maui County. This is specific to Historic District 3. It is also important for the applicant to explain to this commission how the proposed plan meets the purpose and intent of the aforementioned code, and how will the historic resources on the property be protected and preserved. So they did, and I also mentioned an example of how that would be accomplished. One was by the water feature that would protect the historic aqueduct. The applicant has also stated that they had listed some of the trees as being exceptional, which would then require this body's written approval should at some point in the future the property owner decides that tree and that to be removed. Some additional recommended mitigation for this body's consideration should also include, in accordance with their applicant's ecological inventory survey, one of the main recommendations for mitigation from that survey was that any future ground disturbance be ecologically monitored. So this body should ensure that an ecological monitoring plan is in place prior to any ground disturbance that occurs on the property. The applicant and this body should also consider potentially nominating the historic resources on the property individually or collectively to the Hawaii Historic Register of Historic Places and the National Register of Historic Places, or to the Wailuku Civic Center Historic District to further enhance and solidify the historic nature and preservation of the historic district. As I mentioned, the applicant must also ensure protection of exceptional trees. I think they did a good job at reiterating their effort in that regard. The applicant must also demonstrate consultation efforts specific to the development of the proposed master plan. There has been a lot of ongoing dialogue, but I think as it was kind of brought up today in testimony, from the department perspective, we haven't seen or been provided with information that, I guess, solidify broad community outreach open to the public that was specific to the proposed development today. There was a lot of dialogue with specific issues and concerns that were raised. I believe those are ongoing and they still need to be addressed. Some of the other considerations that this commission needs to be aware of, and this is in relation to the request for written approval. What this commission is being asked for, so a preschool is an allowed special use so long as there is a written approval by this body. All of the proposed development that we had discussed facilitate that request of written of a preschool. So the preschool, the playground, the new bypass lane, restrooms, these are all being proposed for this body's consideration to ultimately create a preschool or a place for learning for children, as it was shared by various testifiers today. And this commission is being asked for written approval in that regard. The Discovery Play space is also allowed, and that would also need this body's approval. And when I'm talking about the Discovery Play space, I'm talking about the actual use of a play space. Repurposing the Discovery House and the main facility building to support the preschool isn't allowed special use. However, converting the residence into traditional housing currently does not meet the definition of a single family dwelling as stipulated in subsection 1904.004 of Maui County Code. The applicant also should do a little bit more explaining on how the alpaca shelter and the butterfly enclosure support the preschool and enhances the cultural and historical nature of the district. So parking is going to allow special use with the written approval of this body. This is where they are proposing to repurpose the existing tennis court into paved parking spaces. Another key sticking point that is driving a lot of this back and forth dialogue between community members and the property owner involves the proposal by the applicant for special events. And basically, the applicant had 3, annual events and would like the freedom and flexibility to do a couple more events with the written approval of this commission. As proposed from the department perspective, the special events do not meet any of the special uses that this commission is authorized to approve. And it would be on the applicant to sort of explain how special events would satisfy and be from their perspective, an acceptable special use. So again, basically what this body is being asked for is a decision on 2 things. The first action that this body is being asked for is approval of the plans or the plan that is before this commission. And this commission can approve the plan, it can approve the plan with modification, or it can disapprove the plan. Secondly, and related to the plan, this commission is being asked on special uses, and those involve the preschool, the related construction to support the preschool, and special events. And similarly, the body can also approve that request, approve it with modification, or disapprove. While not listed here, commission always has a fourth option, and that option will be deferment. However, should the commission decide going with the fourth option, the department would recommend doing so only upon asking the applicant and receiving mutual agreement to do so, because this body is under 90-day review period to sort of make a decision on what is being proposed today. With that, happy to answer any question. And I would also like to remind this body that the applicant is here and they have multiple representatives to also provide more detail should you guys also have questions in that regard.
Any of the commission have anything to add? There's a couple of things I want to, what we received is a lot to dissect. And especially for me, because this is the first day for me to kind of look at what's before us. So I'll open up the discussion to the other commissioners for now. I have some recommendations later on, but I want to hear what everyone else has to say. Anyone?
So
Commissioner Kamanu.
All right.
Aloha. Sorry. Yeah, I too feel, because we haven't had a meeting in a year, and to have this in front of us now, it kind of is a daunting task. And I was able to skim through it and read through it a couple of nights ago. And so I'm glad that we're here to have the applicant, and other people to answer questions. I'm not sure if I'm at that point where I could vote yet. I think that's why we still need to have that open discussion with the other people. So, I forgot what my question was. I'll come back when I remember. Sorry.
Okay, mahalo. I during testimony I did hear. So from this body, we do any kind of approval. Does it go in front of the full council, county council? Because if I remember correctly, I think Council Member Alice Lee requested for this item to be deferred because of the sensitivity of the historic district and also to conduct more community consultation. So that's where I'm at right now. At the same time, it will give us an opportunity to review the application even more. And what is the possibility where this body could actually go on a site visit?
Are you asking me?
That's loss. Yeah.
The possibility is
there's a lot to dissect. Go ahead.
Agreed.
Go ahead. Sorry.
The possibility is good so long as we ask and receive permission and work from the applicant and the property owner and work with them on coordinating that. That would ultimately be the property owner's decision.
Okay, so property owner, hi, aloha. What's the possibility of requesting? Go ahead.
Can you hear me? You can? Okay. I would love to have you all come and visit the property and to see and experience not only the property as it is, but with the ideals. I think that the renderings are really difficult to visualize in the spaces when you look at them, one dimensionally. I think that seeing it, and I think, many people who have been on this island for a long time do have some kind of reference, right, to the property, but maybe not in its entirety. And also in the past, much of the property was shrouded in overgrown trees and plants and things of that nature. So you may not even understand how far and wide the property traveled. And so I would fully welcome a site visit and be happy to show you what is going on there exactly.
I guess from the department perspective, one quick comment, and this has to do more, I guess, with advice from Corporation Counsel. So, the details on how the site visit occurs is important. So, I mean, if this body wants to do a permitted interaction group where, they form a small portion to go and do that site visit and then come back and report to the commission as a whole on that site visit. That's one way of doing it. The second way, if this commission as a whole wants to do a site visit, then there are some sunshine requirements that we need to navigate with the property owner and with conversion council to accomplish that, especially if it will or will not include the public accompanying that site visit as well.
Yes, that's correct. So any information, I mentioned it briefly in the presentation before, but a PIG or a TIG, a temporary investigative group, it can be made, a motion to be made to create such a group. Its scope needs to be defined in that motion. Only then can you folks go, and this is, 2 or more people, but less than a quorum. Then you'd have to come back, report on what you saw, and then at that third meeting, decision would actually be made by the rest of the commissioners regarding the findings that you made during your TIG. So that if that is something that you wish to do, a motion can be made to create such a board. Again, just clearly define the scope of it, what it's meant to do, the conclusions you intend to bring back to the rest of the commission members.
Okay, thank you. Hearing from the applicant, basically what we received, this is a lot. That's why I felt maybe it's important that we do a site visit. And I know there's some code of conduct when it comes to who can attend and whether or not we be within the conformity of the Sunshine Law. So I don't know what number that is, maybe possibly 2 commissioners or 3 commissioners, and we still got to make a motion to allow that to happen. So I'm going to open it up to the commission if you guys are want to, because that'll give us enough more time to dissect what we have in front of us to entertain a motion to do a site visit.
Hey, hello, this is Commissioner Awana. Sorry to jump in, but there's a lot of feedback and noise in the background making it a little difficult to hear. Is it just me or is everybody experiencing that?
That's for me. I'm so sorry. It's just, there's construction going on in the county building. It's literally right outside my window. Sorry.
This is
okay. You want me to go ahead? Sorry,
Commissioner Rodriguez. I am leaning towards deferral significantly. And the reason for that is, number one, the AIS has not yet been accepted. So it's sort of putting the cart before the horse. Number two, we lost historic districts 1 and 2 to a significant extent. And what we have left is historic district number 3, which in my opinion should be given greater scrutiny than ever before. What I saw missing from this whole thing is the community outreach. I've heard the Nakamuras testify. I'm old enough to say I remember their father or their father-in-law, Morty Nakamura and Jean Nakamura. They were principals and teachers. And I think it's really important, for us to take into consideration the desires of the people that have lived here a long, long time. Getting back to the AIS, I'm a little bit concerned with Bobby Street's comment about maybe the AIS might have missed the valve. And I don't know much about that, but maybe SHPD can revisit the AIS. More importantly, I have not seen any kind of testimony from the Alpamanu Church or Haleho Ike Ike. It seems as though those are the people that are anchoring this historic district. And so I would very much like to hear what they have to say.
Just a note about the Maui Historic Society. I believe that Kumu Sisi submitted a written testimony.
Then my bad about that. I didn't see it.
No, don't. It's not your bad. I'm just, there's a lot of, like you said, there's a lot of information there in front of you. And I'm very happy to report that we've been able to partner beautifully with the Maui Historic Society because it does sit in the interior of our property. And so it does offer a significant cultural component and an opportunity for cultural education on our property. As to the church, I can definitely look to them and ask them to make comment. I have spoken at quite a few of the churches in the surrounding area.
Right. I think you also have Yale Congregational Church across the Main Street.
Yes, I gave a sermon there 2 weeks ago. And their preschool is one of the preschools that comes over to the property.
Dean, is the community outreach plan in this portfolio that we were sent, or can you tell us what you've done up until now?
Sure. And I'm going to be honest with you, it hasn't been significant in terms of a large community event, which is one of the things that is being asked of us, and it is in the plans. But initially, it started with sort of through our outreach events and getting feedback from communities and families attending, and I want to say, when I say events, I'm scared now to say it because it sounds big. But when I say outreach events, I mean, they're small, but we're bringing families onto the property and making sure that the property is always open and accessible for people and families to attend. But aside from that, in regards to some of the neighbors on Coeli Street and the ones you're referring to, we started with a small gathering at Sandy Takashida's house the first time, and that was facilitated by Michelle from Alice Lee's office in Curtis. The second meeting then occurred with the same group of people at the planning department, actually, and that was facilitated by Anna, and of course I was in attendance along with them. From that meeting, those neighbors had a list of concerns, which are genuinely our concerns as well. We're not trying to inconvenience a group of people or a group of neighbors who've been a steadfast part of the environment. And I realize they're sandwiched between Wailuku Elementary School and then this property on the end of Coeli Street. And so we literally took into account all of the concerns that they had and asked what would be the appeasing thing. And they wanted a letter from me that would acknowledge these things. And I think in your package, you have a letter of intention that was written to those neighbors and to any of the neighbors that would want. And it outlines sort of all of the concerns that they have, like not allowing people to park on Coeli Street, and offering shuttle services to families and having any of the 5 special events that we're asking for children to end by 8 o'clock in the evening. Those things are all outlined in that special event. The confirmation that we had removed, and we had already done this, removed any kind of an amphitheater, which again is another one of those words that sounded much bigger than it was. It was really a stage for puppet shows and storytelling. In a space that on the property already has a stage that used to have a covering but no longer does, and it's used when halaus use the property now. But we took that out, and we understood that communicated something different than what the intention was for. So that's what that letter of intention is. It's in your package that was sent to the neighbors, and it was vetted back and forth with Anna at the planning department before we submitted it to the neighbors, and then they had that. And then most recently, we engaged Lahela and her consulting company to help us engage in further and more extensive community input and planning. So we held a meeting 2 weeks ago at the actual Discovery Garden property and invited all of the surrounding neighbors to attend. And I think there were about 20 people who attended that meeting, and we synopsized that conversation as well in a plan. And our plan would be to continue to keep doing that. And as I said to the neighbors, I don't think that a community plan or community outreach is just a one-time thing. It's not something we want to do just to get something passed and show that we made an effort. It needs to be something that is forever ongoing in the community, and that everyone has a participation in this space. Imua Family Services has taken a space that for a very long time has just been privately owned and has been private property, although it certainly has been a space that's been used for special events for many, many years. And now what is different is that the repurposing of the space is now that we've opened it up for the public and for the community to have as a space of their own to participate in. It's not private in that way. And that is a shift, I recognize. But as you said, we are down to very few historic districts left, and Historic District 3 in Wailuku is an important one. And I feel that it only is important as a historic district if people can access it and enjoy it, and create memories from it. You know, I think if we all think about what it will take to preserve historic places in the future, you know, aside from laws, it's people having a memory and a connection to those places, to those trees, and to those environments. And by giving children access to historic places, we give them an opportunity to associate a positive memory with those spaces, so that long after we're gone, they will want to preserve those places because they will have memories of where they played and the trees that they sat under and the shade that it provided. And so that is the part of making this space available to the community when so many spaces are now lost, especially green spaces, and historic green spaces and natural places of beauty. We know that before it was ever a sugarcane plantation house, this was Kahikili's compound. And it was then the space for community at that time. And schools have lived there before us, and seminaries were there, and churches were there, and a girls' school, and many other things. This is just potentially another chapter in the history of this place and what it will mean to the community to be able to have access to it. Gosh, I forgot the community outreach. So yeah, so by having the community having access constantly to the place, it becomes a way for us to always have the community engaged with us and discussions about our intentions and what might come in the future.
Mahalo din.
Okay. So, where we at, Commission? So again, I would like to reiterate the possibility, and I know we gotta go to the gamut with corporate counsel, that we do a site visit if we can. I'm also hearing from the testimony one important component that came from Alice Lee's office through Michelle McLean, that the item should be deferred and to even induce more community consultation. So what's the preview of this body? So I'm requesting to see the possibility we can do a site visit. Do we have to make a motion for that?
Yes, a motion has to be made to create the group itself. Call it a temporary investigative group.
Sorry, Chair. I think there was a motion already on the floor with Commissioner Hinano Rodriguez. He made a motion to defer.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Did anyone second that motion?
Long conversation, Kalamai. But thank you. So Rodriguez motion to defer item. Do I hear a second?
Okay, before we do that, I brought up the idea of a deferral. So, but with the permission of the council, I could now make a motion to defer.
Oh, okay.
So you had not previously made a motion, Commissioner Hanano?
No, I did not.
Okay.
It might,
but you are making one now.
It sound like it, but no.
Okay, understood. So Commissioner Hanano has made the motion, and now if there are any, at this point, and now if there are any seconds.
Okay. Thing came in kind of a little bit. I didn't quite hear the whole thing. So again, there was a motion made or no?
Sounds like Commissioner Hanano had not made one previously, but is doing so now.
Oh, okay. 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 So there was a motion made to defer from Hinano Rodriguez. Do I hear a second?
Oh, and then could you have something?
Yeah, apologies, Commissioner. So I just would like to reiterate 2 points for this body prior to making any motion. The first, in respect to a potential deferment, please only do so after asking the applicant if they are willing to mutually agree to extending this body review period of 90 days, so that it doesn't count against this body in forcing an approval by default for lack of action, whether that inability to meet or whatever the case may be. So if you guys are going to go down that route about asking for a deferment, please do so in asking the applicant if that's something that they're also mutually agreeable to. And then the second point that I wanted to make this body aware of, and it's in regard to a site visit. So depending on what type of site visit, this body needs to be clear that if it's an in-person site visit, then everyone needs to be there physically on the property. There's going to be no virtual component involved. So you guys are committing to all show up physically on the property for any potential site visit. The alternative, if that is not able to be accomplished by everyone on this commission, would be to create a permitted interaction group in which you guys would then discuss amongst yourself who would represent this commission on a site visit, and then report back to this body at the next or a future meeting on what transpired at that site visit. So just 2 points of clarification in regard to deferment. Please do it in consultation and at the request of with the property owner. And site visit, please make the distinction as far as whether everyone will physically be present for the site visit or whether you guys need to do a permitted interaction group. Thank you.
Thank you, Kanika, for those clarifications. That is all correct. Thank you.
Commissioner Rodriguez here. So in order for us to do a PIG, and in order for us to hear back from the community, we would have to defer or deny. How do we get beyond today?
Well,
yes. I'm sorry. Yes, you guys can absolutely and would absolutely need to defer. The distinction that I'm asking or requesting that this commission make is in discussion with the property owner to mutually agree to extending this body review time for the proposed plan. Or if you guys decide to defer without consultation from the property owner, then you could do that at the risk of lapsing and defaulting to an automatic approval should this body not make a decision to approve those plans within the next 90 days.
Yeah, and then just to add to what you said, it's the 90-day limit. And I know some of you are newer and some of you are longer, but if the commission here does not give a recommendation within 90 days, it is a presumed approval or recommendation. And so a deferral should be made with the cooperation or acceptance of the person, in this case, Imua, so that time is not counted against you, so to speak, and the passage of time does not mean an automatic approval from you folks.
Okay, Marlo. So, for the request of a site visit, I'm sure that they were open to that. So if there is a request to do a site visit, wouldn't that automatically give us enough time or adequate time, which would trigger a deferment?
Yeah, so I think we should make it clear and make it just two separate motions to be clean. The first one being a deferral and being with the consent of the petitioner of Imua, and then moving on to whether it's just going to be a site visit, which is a public meeting, or if it's going to be a TIG. But the first motion that I believe is currently on the floor at this moment is just a motion to defer it until the next meeting. And so we can take a second, we can take a vote on that, and then move on to the second question of a TIG or a site visit. If that makes sense.
Okay.
Chair, this is Commissioner Awana. Should we just ask if the applicant is willing to give the 90 days, or so that we're in agreement, so we can get that squared away?
Question for the applicant.
So
sorry, I had to unmute. I didn't know if that was an actual question to me or to the department.
So Mr. Wong, Commissioner Awana, are you willing to consent to the deferment if that's the action that the board takes? And I apologize, Chair Kapu, I didn't mean to step on your toes if I did. Kalamai.
No. Good.
So yes,
I am open to this committee deferring their decision today. If the purpose of that would be for them to conduct a site visit under whatever means that is applicable, so that they have a fuller understanding of the project.
Okay, mahalo.
I would just like to caveat, though, that we first submitted our application in 2021. So we have waited a very long time, and it has cost us an enormous amount of money to wait this long. So I just, in agreeing to deferral, I would like to emphasize that, time is money.
Okay,
acknowledge. Yes, I understand. Marlo, thank you for that. I understand. This is, like I said in the beginning, this is a lot to dissect. And a lot of questions that need to be asked, especially on the State Historic Preservation Division side, on whether or not AIS was forthcoming or was it approved. So a lot to consider. Mahalo, Mr. Wong. So let's go back to the motion. Hinana Rajig motion to defer the item. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Commissioner Mundo Pearson.
Okay, mahalo. Thank you. We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. Any discussion? If not, so moved. Okay.
Call ended.
Second, I'd like to entertain a motion for a possible site visit. Anyone?
Well, I guess before we consider that proposing a motion, we have to propose which one do we want it to be. Do we want to all go, or are we gonna designate the PIG, TIG, whatever bingo is his name, we're gonna call it. And then and if I heard council in Kubika, clearly we have to give some clear parameters as to what that site visit is gonna be. So which one?
So, as I probably can understand it, if all the commission go, then does that open it up for public also participating? Because if we're only going to have like selective amount of commissioners going, then it doesn't open it up to sunshine?
Correct.
Clarification?
Yeah, that's correct. So it can be a site visit, meaning it's a public meeting.
So, yeah.
So up to you guys, whatever.
So how does the commission do it? If everybody wants to go, that's a possibility, but we got to remember we're opening up to the general community as well, right?
For me personally, this commissioner, one of my work schedule makes it kind of challenging for me to do site visits. Zoom is good, so I would probably recommend that we do a TIG, PIG. But I'm open for being convinced to take PTO and take a field trip.
Okay. So does it have to be the full council, or because as I understand it, any more than 3, would open it up to public, right? Less than just
either it's a site visit, which is a public meeting, and we need to and with all those regular rules. But a PIG or TIG means that it just can be 2 or more, but not a quorum. So just 3 of you could go. It would not have to be a public meeting. Today, though, someone would have to make a motion to create that and then just define the scope of it, which, just look at the language of what's in the agenda in terms of determining whether the commission wishes to, approve or deny what MUA has presented. Then you would have to come back in December at the December meeting to present what the 3 of you, again, whoever had been designated for that TIG, present what you had discovered. And then a vote could not actually be taken until January. So those are sort of the differences between the 2. But it is completely up to the commission and whoever moves to do either of those things.
Okay. Open up to the commission how you guys want to do this. I'd like to get everybody on it, because this is a lot of information that we have to dissect to do a full site visit, even opening up to the community, but it's totally up to the landowner, right? On whether or not which route we would prefer to go. Go ahead.
The landowner is open to whatever works for you all. I will accommodate either. So yeah, you have that.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to entertain a motion that we do a site visit with the Cultural Resources Commission on this item 2 of the Cultural Resources Commission meeting, Historic District Assessment Review and approval of Imua Discovery Gardens proposed plan and proposed adaptive reuse for the preschool and special events. Wailuku
What kind of, before we do that, what date are we looking for? Because if I heard council correctly, the visit would have to take someplace prior to the December 5th meeting, correct?
Yeah.
So what day are we looking at? We're talking all of us because we got to make sure we're all available to be there. Everybody have their calendars available.
I shall yield to staff. What would be an appropriate time that you guys would have to consider for all of us to attend if we can? What would be an appropriate date? For me, I'm open anytime.
As Commissioner Rodriguez here, as for me, I'm going to Japan November 17th to November 17th to 27th, and then to the mainland December 8th to the 15th.
I'm sounding like you're not gonna make the next CRC.
No, I should, yeah.
The next one is on the 5th, I believe.
Yeah.
December 5th.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's
So
like next week or the 27th.
Yeah.
I'm good with the next week.
Yeah. Okay. Next week, target date.
It would have to be Friday, in order to allow staff to enough time to meet sunshine requirement and legal posting and noticing. So the earliest you guys could do it would be next week, Friday.
Hi, Chair. November 11th is a holiday. That's Veterans Day as well, yeah.
Then it would have to be the next following, the 27th.
Commissioner Rodriguez is going to be in my version of Disneyland.
I'll be on Hawaii.
Could also meet the first week of December too, in advance of the December 5th meeting, the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th.
That would be kind of a good date because it would be fresh in our mind if we're going to do a site visit. Then right from there, a couple of days right into the next Cultural Resources Commission meeting.
Probably December 3rd would be best for me. And we're looking, maybe an hour or two on premises. So I could probably sneak out for lunch, quote unquote lunch break. Is everybody available on December 3rd?
I will be traveling home on the 3rd. I won't be home until 3 or 4 o'clock.
Okay. And that's from Mokokiave or from?
Yeah. Mokokiave.
So
the dates again, Tobiko?
December 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. I mean, you guys could also do it on the 5th, the same day as the regularly scheduled meeting. We would just have to agendize accordingly and sort of break up the meeting if you guys wanted to do it in advance of the regularly scheduled time. But that's for you guys to kind of discuss amongst yourself.
That would work for me. 4th or the 5th, have an early morning site visit. Then what time is the Cultural Resources? 11, yeah?
11.
Or different?
I'm okay.
Okay, for the 5th.
Should we confirm with the applicant first? Make sure they're available on the 5th.
Yep. Yeah. December 5th. Well, I would be at the meeting again anyway, wouldn't I? So I can come in person this time. It would be December 5th at 9 o'clock is what I'm hearing. 9 to 11 o'clock would be the open time frame. And that is okay for the applicant, yes.
Okay. Okay, we all good? Commission? For the 5th.
Okay.
9 o'clock.
So December
Okay.
5th, and that's everybody, right?
And then, yes, let me just make a motion with that date and time.
Okay.
Sorry. One other thing, sorry. I know Commissioner Conley Kapoy is not in attendance of this meeting. If she's not able to attend, does that, or do we have an issue with that as far as not all members being present, or?
As long as there is no deliberation taken, so we just need quorum, actually, is what I mean, so, for anything. And if we don't have quorum, then you folks can still do a site inspection, but cannot vote on anything. But that's just true of all meetings at all times.
Okay. And we're not doing this as a TIG, PID, we're just doing a site visit, so that's why the sunshine rules apply in this particular case.
So we just have to provide the location, as part of the, agenda, the notice.
Okay.
Okay, so Mr. O'Connor, would you like to entertain the motion? And that would be to request for a site visit on the Historic District Assessment Review and Approval of Immoa Discovery Garden proposed plan and proposed adaptive reuse for the preschool and special event, like Wailuku Ahupua'a.
Okay, so based on our discussion, this is Commissioner Awana. I'll motion for approval to conduct a site visit on December 5th, which is Thursday at 9 a.m. At the Immoa Discovery Gardens property. Sorry, I don't know the official name of it. By the full body of the commissioners. Is that sufficient?
Yes. Okay. Motion by O'Connor. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Commissioner Hinano Rodriguez. Call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. Any discussion? If not, so move. Thank you to the applicant. Mahalo for this and for our commission. Any finals, Kaviko?
No, I believe you guys are good to go. The only other thing that I heard brought up in testimony that was sort of discussed was, I guess, broader community engagement. But I think that might potentially be addressed at the site visit. I don't know. Other than that, I don't have anything.
Okay, mahalo, thank you. And thank you to the applicant for allowing us that opportunity to come and visit your site.
Thank you for meeting and hearing and entertaining our concerns.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Davis, also.
This is Commissioner Rodriguez. I hate to do this chair call, but I have a doctor's appointment to go to, and they charge $50 if you don't show up.
Is that on the 5th?
I didn't expect this meeting to take this long. I understand that we are going to lose quorum, though you can still take testimony.
Well, I think when we're there on site,
Oh no, I
wouldn't
need
be necessary, right?
I
To
mean,
make
right
any.
now. I'm sorry. I mean, right now I need to leave the meeting.
Oh, okay. Which means we're gonna lose quorum, right?
Yes, but I still think you can take public testimony and you can even ask questions. There just can't be any deliberation.
Oh, okay. So for the motion, everything is good for the site visit. Just we're losing a commissioner right now. Means that we're how would you say, lack of quorum after this. But we still can have discussion, right, on the agenda items or no?
Yes, that's correct. Just no deliberation or voting. But with the loss of Commissioner Hanano, we can still move on to item F, ask for public testimony, and then just proceed. And again,
Okay.
just no deliberating or voting.
Okay, mahalo. Okay, mahalo, Hinano.
Right. Aloha.
Okay, aloha.
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 Okay, we're on item F. Items for review and comment. So it's only for review and comment, means that we don't have to take up any issues to vote on, right? So the first item is review and proposed plans for Laricella residence located at 448 Front Street within Lahaina National Historic Landmark District and adjacent to the former William K. Kaluakini House. SIHP number 50-50-03 09054. Do we open up the public testimony if anybody is there? Chantal? No one waiting public testimony for this item?
Hi, Chair. I see no one online wishing to testify.
Okay, so with that, staff report.
Chair Kapu, I'm going to share screen.
Okay.
Aloha, Chair Kapu. I think we have an adjacent landowner who wants to comment and make testimony before we begin.
Okay.
So it'd be Mr. Lodato.
Hi, aloha.
Chantel, can you ask if Mr. Lodato is there? He was on the chat.
Hi, I see him. He needs to unmute his mic.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, is that working?
It's working.
All right.
Yeah.
Aloha, everybody. I believe I have 3 minutes, correct? This is a difficult situation for me. Rebecca is a next door neighbor, and one of the reasons you live in Lahaina is because of your neighbors. And this is a neighbor I would like to live next door to someday. I have been out of the loop on the planning of this house. I do remember at a time back in September getting a clear message from the city in the planning process that anything the same footprint, same size, same scale would move quickly. And what I just saw from the reports and the architectural drawings, that's not the case here. This home, just so you know, William Kalunakini lived from late 1800s into early 1900s. He passed through January 16th, 1893. He was a teacher. He became a sheriff. He was the deputy of the town of Lahaina at the time of Prince Kahio. They would sit on that porch and make decisions during the transitions that were going on at that time. Part of being a steward and owner of this home has been meeting the Kaluakini family. They come over as an ohana. They're there to teach, and we're there, and we have learned from them over the last 7 years. And to carry this house forward is to carry forward the stories, some of the stories of Lahaina. They taught us to know the names of every plant. They taught us John Lake's definition of the word amua. We have become storytellers for that whole process. We would like to live in this historic town of Lahaina, and we would like to carry these stories forward. If it becomes evident early on in the process that we will be surrounded with McMansions pressed to the lot lines, destroying the Mauka view of that. If you walk that street, I hope everyone remembers this. King's View is Kamehameha always watch the sun hitting the mountains. So at sunset, never the ocean. It's called King's View. You look out your backyard. If I'm surrounded with 2-story houses all around me on all 3 sides, then everything, walking the town, experiencing everything I've been taught, the historic nature of the town may be at risk, and it's these early properties approval cycles that are going to be the barometer that we watch for. Are we the big idiots that are going to be the one historic home on the street while we're surrounded with multi-million-dollar McMansions? Or are we part of the rebuild of the story and the history of Hawaiian culture and this family and the particular stewardship we've been assigned? And so all I'm asking you to do is do what I think you're going to do, which is advise on this property with all your expertise. And I'm just here to give you strength and power and my own support in saying, keep Lahaina historic, keep the stories being told. These aren't homes, they're boxes with stories in them. And we are a family who want to play our role in that, and we are not going to rebuild this at $1,000 a square foot, $1,500, the stupidest investment decision ever if we're not part of a wonderful historic town. So if we let this thing slip early, it's gone. You know that. I'm preaching to the choir here. I'm just trying to give some oxygen into the argument to keep Lahaina historic, and I've seen the drawings. I think you know what to do.
Okay, mahalo. Thank you, sir. I do know of a property because Kumu Lake was my Kumu as well.
Wow.
Yeah. So mahalo for that.
And by the way, just as words on Amua for John Lake, the story he taught the family was that Amua wasn't just forward at the beginning of a canoe race. Amua was at the beginning of a voyage, and you were not to come back unless you succeeded, and you were to count on everyone in the boat. Everyone had a role. There were 2 chickens, 1 woman, X amount of grain, and you all had a role. You all had to work together, and you could not return unless you were successful, and you will die trying. And so to everyone trying to save Lahaina, Amua.
Mahalo for that, and mahalo for your continuous manao and knowledge of the research you've done for adhering with Kumu.
Yeah,
Such as
and
like,
RP Uncle John while we're here.
Thank you. Okay. Staff report? Or if there's anybody else in there that wants to give testimony. If not, Stan, there you go.
Okay, okay, this is for the Lauricella residence, an infill house located in the National Historic Landmark District of Lahaina, adjacent to the site of the former William Kaluakini house. And this one is at 448 Front Street. The Kaluakini house is at 450 Front Street. All right. You just listened to Michael Lodato. This follows correspondence that I received from him on October 24th, 2024, as the owner of the former William Kaluakini house, and where he indicated in writing that he would no longer pursue building or reconstruction of former National Register property. So I ended up changing the presentation to reflect what that would mean. But you have all heard from him just now. And it appears to be conditional on what gets approved. So you will have to interpret that yourselves. I'm just going to give you a little background. I wrote the nomination for the William Kaluakini house back in 2008. It was a favorite dwelling of mine, and it was pretty incredible the amount of detail that was involved in it, as well as the biography of the man and his wife and children who lived there. So the loss of this property in the fire was particularly horrific for anyone who loved it and knew it. And it had actually been placed on the Hawaii Register of Historic Places and then placed on the National Register of Historic Places as well. Next slide, please. Okay, there are a few things that apply. And the standards, which are the Secretary of the Interior standards, apply in this case. If the property were to be reconstructed next to the site of this house, it is debatable whether it would not be an adverse effect to the historic property. But the property that we're talking about, since it's an infill site, should be used as its historic purpose, and its current plans as a single-family dwelling do not negate that purpose. You can go to the next one. We only used one standard for this particular infill house site. Next slide, please. For new construction, using the Secretary of the Interior standards within the boundaries of historic properties, and including buildings, driveways, parking lots, landscape improvements, and other new features. Those additional items must not alter the historic character of the property, and the property's historic function must be evident even though there is a change in use. We believe that since it is still a single-family dwelling, that it doesn't violate that. The problems or the challenges that we've had have been particularly with the massing and the size, and that was something that was negatively impacting this particular application. Next slide, please. So the top item, which has not been highlighted, deals with massing, size, scale, architectural features of new construction on the site must be compatible with those of the historic building. And this would not occur if it were not an adjacent property. And it's really contingent upon whether or not the current applicant, as well as the owner of the site, the Kalua house, whether they can possibly come to some sort of an agreement. And that would render everything mute. But right now we have the challenge of the owner of the proposed infill property who has made changes and indicated that's as far as she is willing to go. Next slide, please. This is the first floor. It's an L-shaped plan. It has an extensive or an extended lanai that features a hot tub with stairs that lead up. In the typical historic plan type, we would have probably an L-shaped lanai, but this one has just one across 3/4 of the facade. Second floor, please. Next slide. The second floor has another lanai, and it extends above the shed or the hip roofs of the first floor, and it is lower than the actual roofs of the entire second floor. Next slide, please. This is the elevation. The top is the elevation that would be seen from the street. The architect who was working with the applicant was trying to model certain details that were taken from the Kaluakini house. And their position was that they were actually trying to honor the Kaluakini house. But it still remains a two-story dwelling, whereas the Kaluakini house is a one-story dwelling. Ms. Laura Sella submitted, along with her architect, these elevations for department review and comments. Next slide, please. We made some initial comments, and they responded in a positive manner and accepted to make decisions, to make changes to the facades. But it was good that they did that, but it did not represent the most significant impact, which was the size and the massing of the building. So since the way that this had been written earlier, with Mr. Logato's statement, which I may have misinterpreted, that he was not planning to build a reconstruction of the William Kaluakini house. This was made to indicate that no further changes would be recommended. But if Mr. Logato chooses to do a reconstruction of the William Kaluakini house, then that would change things considerably. Next slide, please. This is the back and another side facade of the building. The finish is board and batten, which is a modern interpretation of plantation buildings, what we call neo-plantation. The fenestration, which is featured in the drawings, are 1/1, as well as sliding sash. And it's a pretty standard fare for a lot of newer neo plantation housing, which got built in Lahaina up to probably the early 2020s. Next slide, please. So the character defining features of the proposed two-story Lorisella residence include post and pier construction with wood or fiber cement, slat foundation skirting, vertical board and batten siding, wood or fiber cement, wood or fiber cement trim, corner boards and frieze boards, hip roofs and standing seam metal, which was later changed following our recommendations to either corrugated metal or composition shingle. I think they went with composition shingle. Outside front lanai with a hip roof, paired and single wood columns with varying spacing, which was changed to regular spacing, and they're supposed to be battered. 2/2 vinyl sash, single light vinyl sash with flush wood, or fiber cement frames and trim, and single light wood exterior doors, single or multiple archwood garage doors. The latter detail, the archwood garage doors, is not a common detail for Lahaina, but both Ms. Lorisella as well as the architect were fairly adamant about that, as well as the size and the massing. Next slide, please. Since we're not doing actions, and we are advisory only on this because this is in the National Historic Landmark District and not in Historic Districts 1 or 2. So it is advisory only.
Can I throw one last comment in since my words were used? Stanley, you mind if I make one more comment?
Oh, you got to ask you have to ask the chair. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, Chair. I'd like to just make one clarifying point to something Stanley said. Nope.
Yep.
Okay, so I would say things are evolving for anybody involved in this situation. And in September, when we had heard that the town was going to rebuild at the same scale it was, and there was this charge towards historic, we said yes, and then we started hearing of these. And we've got a couple properties down there. You know them, that giant cement house, that thing that looks like an apartment building right across from me. I think Kai did a whole thing on this set of houses that I agreed with. It was like, how did these things even get here to begin with? So that's fine. Some of them are still there. What our real message is we're just going to be watching all these early decisions. We have a lawsuit to get through before we can even afford to do this. This is one in 4 houses that would affect whether or not I'm surrounded in a valley of cement or I'm sitting in a historic Lahaina village. And I don't want to say that if Rebecca gets this approval, I won't build. Rebecca's a neighbor. I might tolerate just that, just because she's a friend. I wouldn't want to. I have to have some conversations with her, clearly. The people behind me and to the other side of me, and Malcolm, Mackay, everything's a view, a sight line, a size, a scale, everything. So I think there's people with historic homes that are sort of just watching how the approval process goes. So my only challenge to everybody here is I don't think this home should be approved or not approved, whether or not I am rebuilding that historic home. I'm going to be watching all 4 all around me. And I hope I know everyone on this call. I am speaking to the choir. I know you all feel this way. And if there's anything that I can do going forward to continue to support the job that you guys are doing, I will do it. We did this with the place next to Cola Lindsay's place down on the beach, that, if anyone remembers, the giant round glass spaceship being built there. But we all went down there, and even though the this group didn't have the authority. They got it done. The guy left. He didn't do the plans because he saw the force of the community. So I'm here to support you guys every way I can. Your decision's up to you. I just want to be clear. I'm not making any final decisions on this decision alone. I'm watching the whole community, and I've got a little bit of time because of this lawsuit. I don't even have the money to rebuild it yet. So
Okay.
That's it. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Wow. Okay, so this is a SIHP number, and that's kind of concerning on basically the status of the property. I know that area, and the development the plan that we have before us is like way totally modified. Which is not even going to be in conformity with the with the registry or of historic landmarks. So I don't know, there's gonna have to be a lot of recommendations on comments that we can give, because I do once upon a time did favor the architecture design of this structure. There's no longer the facade that's in the front. That's really concerning because they would definitely destroy the integrity of that whole area on Front Street. But that's just me. As I said, there is a SIHP number. And what does that entail? Knowing that that structure is no longer there. But still yet, we have a site number, and it's in conformity with Lahaina National Historic Landmark District. So what is our limitations? I open this up to the review of the commission.
Colin, I need to interject. This is Kavika from the planning department, and I need to interject and seek clarification from Corporation Counsel in regard to what it is that we're doing, ensuring our compliance and conformity with sunshine. I have a limited understanding of what it is that we're allowed once we lose quorum, but I think we need further clarification on the limitations on what can and cannot be done. I thought, from my understanding, that once we lose quorum, public testimony could still be received by whatever board the commissioner council. Presentation by the applicant could also be given, but there no discussion, no deliberation, and nothing that could potentially influence commissioner's decision one way or other, regardless if it's a recommendation or authoritative approval should commence. So I guess what I'm putting on record is my discomfort with where we're at and wanting to make sure that we are in alignment in accordance with sunshine. So that's where I'm kind of seeking some input from Corporation Counsel.
I understand that, Kavika. My concern is like, where do we go from here? I mean, this is a review and comment period pertaining to the item in front of us. And like I said, there's an SIHP number. So what's our limitations to that? And if we can only give comments and review the application, we need more information.
Hi, yeah, folks, just to clarify, so everything can still be presented. You can receive testimony and presentations on the agenda items from members of the public, question them. Deliberation leading up to a vote does need to be refrained from. So listening to the presentation, asking questions of the presenter is totally fine, but no votes can be taken today.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay.
And so it may be best just to move on at this point, since the presentation has been received, unless there are any further questions from the commissioners regarding the presentation.
No further questions. Okay. If not, then do we just go to the next item on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay. Mahalo for the application and the applicant's information. Mahalo for staff's report. Next item on the agenda, F2, review and comment on proposed plans for new parking lot. DOE job number Q51281-21 at Wailuku Elementary School located at 355 South High Street. This one also has an SIHP number. 5050 -16 -01630. Wailuku ahupu apuali komohana moku Maui mokupuni PMK 2 3-4-001 003. Any public testimony for this?
Hi, Chair. This is Chantel. I see no one wishing to testify online or in person.
Okay, thank you. Okay, staff report.
Here we go. Okay, this is for the proposed parking lot for Wailuku Elementary School in Wailuku. This is 355 South High Street. Next slide, please. This is the location of the school. I believe it shows up within a decade after it was initially built and wasn't recorded in the first Sanborn maps that were generated for Wailuku town. Early photographs are nil on this particular building. Even the National Register photograph to your right, which was taken in 1995, leaves a little bit to be desired. Next slide, please. So in 2000, this building was recorded as well as all of the cultural resources of Maui County for the National Park Service, and we finally got some shots all the way around the building. This building was built in 1904. It was designed by, and I didn't know this, the famed Honolulu architect C.W. Dickey. It is the only stone school building that was built in Maui County. It is an important historic resource. It's listed on the Hawaii as well as the National Registers of Historic Places. The stone was reputed to have been located in a local quarry. It's now described as bluestone. And it's a unique design. And it's been here over 100 years. So next slide, please. The thing that is very prominent is that this building is sited Mauka of South High Street on a slope. And the slope, if maintained accordingly, would be green. And that's something that we should all bear in mind as we watch this presentation. Is that is a prominent feature of the site and a character-defining feature of this particular building. Next slide, please. I didn't know this fact either, and this was that this is one of 4 C.W. Dickey buildings in Wailuku. I didn't know that we were like the best place to see this many Dickey buildings all in one municipality and then all lined up on one side of one street. It's pretty amazing. So Wailuku L was built in 1904. So we've got Wailuku Union Church, which is just up the street. That's built in 1912, followed by Wailuku Library, which is built in 1928. And then finally with the Territorial Office Building, which was built in 1931. And the reason why perhaps I didn't know this is because I'm more interested in looking at a lot of the Native Hawaiian architects, like John Waiamau, who built the church, the Protestant church at Waianae, or kind of on a whole over at Kalaupapa. So I don't spend a lot of time with Euro-American architects whose history has been well documented. But just the fact, like I said, that we have 4 sticky buildings all on one street is really significant. Next slide, please. Okay, applying the standards. And at another time, I will do a training where we can actually take the standards and look at them in detail, or more detail than we did today, and I apologize for that. But a property shall be used for its historic purposes or be placed in a new use that requires minimal change. The defining characteristics of the building and its site and environment. And next slide, please. That applies. When we look at the next group of standards for new construction within the boundaries of historic properties, these are the ones that also apply. And they probably have a significant impact on interpretation. For related new constructions, including buildings, driveways, parking lots, landscape improvements, and other new features, they must not alter the historic character of the property. A property's historic function must be evident even if there is a change in use. Next one, the location of new construction should be considered carefully in order to follow the setbacks of historic buildings and to avoid blocking their primary elevations. And finally, protecting the historic setting and the context of a property, including a degree of open space and building density, must always be considered when planning new construction on a historic site. Next slide, please. Probably one that deals with what I mentioned earlier about the slope being turf covered is that historic landscapes and significant view sheds must be preserved. Next slide, please. Okay, going back through time and looking at various properties, this whole issue of a building being set back far from the arterial is a traditional setback that was in practice in the 19th century. So we find it, with Manu Church, is sited high up on the hill, and that's dated at 1876. We have that traditional setback and solid front yard. And if you look at the light fixture in front of the corner view of the church, just left of the telephone pole, you can see it's probably a kerosene lantern. But that's how far that tradition goes back. And we see that during the first couple of decades in the 20th century, that was carried on. So that even though we have the territorial office building built in 1931, it still maintains that traditional setback. Next slide, please. So if we draw a line from where the church is, which is Wailuku Union Church along High Street, down towards Wailuku Elementary School, that I've shown a yellow dashed line, which is a setback which is established by the front facade of the church. And it's cruciform, so its front facade will project beyond the body of the church. So if we lined up the line next to the body, it would move even further, Maka. But we'll use that line as it is. So again, the school's built in 1904. The Union is built in 1912. Next slide, please. There are other things that have been planted on this site, which are historic plantings, and they're very important. And palm trees and other trees that have been added over time and over the passage of 1 century. And I confess that I'm totally ignorant about vegetation. Couldn't tell you anything, but the landscape architects have indicated the species and surveyed the site in its entirety in anticipation of its radical alteration. Next slide, please. This came in, and this was the final design for a new parking lot in front of the school. We've got 2 tiers of parking, dedicated access road, dedicated exits, and a change to the front of the site. In doing so, a change to the building, its appearance. Next slide, please. The findings, I think, in the SHPE letter that accompanies the report indicates an adverse effect. And usually when you have an adverse effect, you do things to mitigate that adverse effect. I think the proposal was for a Historic American Landscape Architecture report, which is a house report. But at the end of the day, the public, which only sees the front facade of this particular building, will have a very different view of it than everyone who's passed by it, for 120 some years, and it will have an impact that is permanent because it's grading, paving, and the whole front will be filled with more cars than there are today. The other thing that the SHPE letter indicated is that there didn't appear to be any consideration for alternatives, and that the design group had gone ahead with, a very obvious location for a parking lot, but didn't really appreciate the importance of the building or the site. So I was suggesting that in this particular diagram, that we look at alternative ways of distributing parking loads along the site and along 2 arterials, Ellie Street, Malaco Street, and even in this one area which is identified on Malaco Street. It's like there's an open area with a paved entry to it, and I think there's one covered walkway between the buildings, but it's just looking at other areas that have been utilized for automobiles and trucks for deliveries that might be a way to distribute the load differently. Next slide, please. If it turns out that parking does need to be consigned to the front facade, the front of this building and site, then I would at minimum probably recommend that we go with a grasscrete or some kind of product like that, which would allow turf to be maintained, not give us a paved parking lot to look like a shopping center. That's it. This you can act on as far as recommendations and review comments. And my apologies, Mr. Chair. I forgot about this last slide. You can provide review comments on the plans, agree with SHPE findings, disagree with the SHPE findings, or take no action. Thank you.
Okay. All of that.
Mahalo to you.
Okay. Any comments or recommendations? If not, all for the staff report. Okay. Next item on our agenda, G, Director's Report. Agenda item for future meetings. And that's proposed meeting schedule for calendar year 2025. Commission may accept or modify the proposed meeting schedule. Next regular meeting date is December 5th. Note, that's the same day as our site visit. Any closing comments from commission? I get one. Kind of a little bit rusty over here, so mind me if I start going off on a ramp. It's good to know that staff Stan Soramillo. I remember the last time I was in Cultural Resources Commission, he was there. Then I know he took off a little while, went to a while, but it's good to have him back. And mahalo for everyone, especially the commission, for putting me in this pickle. I'll try to do the best as I can. And I feel like I got Battlefield promoted again. So thanks for everybody. Mahalo to staff, Kavika, for corporate counsel for bearing with me. And if I do get out of hand, please jump out before things get a little bit more crazy. Other than that, see you guys on the site visit December 5th. So without further ado, I'd like to adjourn this meeting.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, and county staff. Appreciate you guys.